I will call this meeting to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask that you please stand for that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting November 6th, 2025, and the special meetings November 10th, 2025, and November 17th, 2025.
I move to approve the minutes for the regular meetings
Second.
and the executive sessions.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Special recognition of late firefighter Captain Steve Atkinson.
I have asked USD 259 School Board President Diane Albert and her mother to attend our workshop meeting for November. I had the opportunity to hear Diane speak at the Veterans Day Salute to Veterans celebration at WSU's Koch Arena, and her speech and the dedication to her father was very moving. And this is the month of November. I believe that the whole month we should be thinking about our veterans and what we're thankful for. And so I invited Diane to share a bit about her late father, Sedgwick County Fire retired Captain Steve K. Atkinson. And in his obituary, it said that Steve lived his life in selfless service to others, guided by honor, duty, and an unshakable commitment to helping those in need. Diane.
Thank you, Mayor. I originally gave this speech during the JROTC Veterans Day ceremony to the cadets of the Wichita Public Schools on November 12th, 2025, and that day was also my dad's birthday. The longer you live, the more you start to realize that life is really a collection of stories, all woven together, some small, some grand, but all are meaningful. One thread of my story takes us back to 1996, where I was a wide-eyed freshman cadet in JROTC at Southeast High School. My classmates and I were standing in formation at that same Veterans Day ceremony all those years ago. We were all standing at attention, proud, nervous, and trying to look the part. But as the speeches went on, one by one, cadets started to wobble. Knees started to lock, blood flow would cut off, and suddenly fellow cadets would hit the ground with a thud after passing out. And that is when my dad would step in. As a quiet guardian in the back of the room, he would rush forward, revive the fainted cadet, and calmly get everyone back on their feet. No fanfare, no spotlight, just service and action. Those moments weren't about saving a ceremony. They were a small snapshot of a much bigger story, a story of a man who lived his life running toward need, not away from it. His simple act sparked a tradition that lasted 28 years. Every single JROTC Veterans Day ceremony since 1996, my dad stood quietly at the back of the room, not for recognition, not for applause, but just to be there, ready to help anyone who needed it. And because there were so many cadets who would lock their knees trying to stand still and would pass out, that is why today cadets sit during the ceremony. Because long speeches and locked knees made the ceremony a full contact sport back then. I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and a story that bridges my family's legacy of service to a timeless honor that we pay to our veterans. This day isn't just about parades or poppies, it's about the quiet courage that binds us all. This year marked the first JROTC Day ceremony that my dad was not there. My dad, retired Captain Steve Atkinson, unexpectedly passed away earlier this year. While at times we cannot comprehend this loss, I know he's still here with us, just not standing in the back of this room right now. He's standing watch in a different way. We honor those who have worn the uniform, stood the watch, and sacrificed so much for the freedoms that we cherish. And for me, It is also a celebration of veterans like my husband, Marco Albert, an Army veteran, my dad's best friend, Dan Wagner, a Marine veteran, and the remembrance of my dad, Captain Steve Atkinson, whose life of selfless service mirrored the very spirit of those we salute today, even though he never wore a military uniform. Ladies and gentlemen, cadets, veterans, and honored guests, thank you for inviting me to be here today as we celebrate the JROTC Veterans Day ceremony. I am Diane Albert, President of the Board of Education for the Wichita Public Schools and a former cadet, and it is my profound honor to speak to you. Today we honor all those who have served our nation with an unwavering courage, sacrifice, and humility. However, for me, today holds a deeply personal significance. It allows me to honor my late father, whose life reflected the very essence of what it means to be a veteran. Each of us is living a story right now. The question isn't if our story matters, it's how we will choose to live it. And my dad's story was written through decades of quiet service. Veterans' stories are written through sacrifice, courage, and a love of country. In your story, each one of you sitting here today will be written by the choices you make to serve, to lead, and to lift others. Service is what keeps the fabric of freedom from unraveling. It teaches us that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the decision to act in spite of it. That humility isn't weakness, it's strength expressed through grace. And sacrifice, it's a love that says, send me. In a world chasing viral moments and fleeting fame, veterans and men like my dad remind us that the most powerful stories are not built in the spotlight, but in the quiet moments of faithfulness. They are written one unseen act at a time. My dad and our veterans live by a simple principle: service above self. He ran toward need when others stepped back, whether fighting fires, lending a hand to a neighbor, or simply showing up. He believed that to live fully was to serve faithfully, to God, country, to family, and to others. And that is the same story every veteran tells through their actions. Because service isn't just about duty, it's about love. Love of freedom, of country, and of the people beside you. My dad lived that story every day, quietly and consistently. He taught us that courage isn't found in titles or applause. It's found in the choice to serve others first. Sometimes the quietest servant leaves the strongest legacy. Cadets, look around you. You're stepping into that same lineage of leaders who turn principles into action, building resilience, showing compassion, and leading with humility. Because those are the choices that shape your story and to give it meaning. But true service begins with faith. Our stories are grounded in faith, in believing that there is a greater author at work, writing a far bigger story than we can imagine. God sent his only Son to show us the perfect example of what a life of service looks like through Jesus. We see compassion in action, love that reaches beyond boundaries, and the ultimate act of sacrifice by laying down his life for his friends. Let us always look to Jesus' story for the perfect example of what true love looks like, of what character looks like, and what true service looks like, because he is the perfect example. Faith fueled my dad, and a steady belief that he was called to a service just as Jesus did, to put others first, to show kindness without condition, and to love through action. Let that same faith be part of your story too. Because when we serve others and we follow Jesus' example, and our stories begin to reflect his love, that makes us part of a far greater story. Cadets, your story is just beginning. You represent the next generation of leaders, soldiers, firefighters, teachers, entrepreneurs, and citizens who will shape the future of this country, this community, and this nation. But leadership doesn't start when you earn a title or put on a uniform. It starts right now with your character. Be the kind of person others can count on. Be the one who notices when someone's struggling and steps in. And be the one who stands up for what's right, even when it's hard and when it costs you something. Because that's what veterans do. That's what my dad did. And that's what strong communities and lasting legacies are built on. Ordinary people choosing to write extraordinary stories of service, one act of courage and compassion at a time. We live in a world that often glorifies fame, attention, and followers, but veterans remind us that true honor doesn't come from applause. It comes from sacrifice and service. They remind us that freedom isn't free. Each of us has been created and designed for a purpose and a destiny calling. God has given us each unique gifts and talents to use in blessing others. And that's what my dad did. And that's what veterans do every day. So here's my challenge to the cadets. Carry yourselves with honor, but serve with humility. Invest in your character. Be the quiet helper who steps up, leads by example, and serves others. Live a life of service. To the veterans, thank you for showing us what honor and duty truly mean. Thank you for your sacrifices, your stories, and your enduring example. You are the heartbeat of our nation, and we are forever in your debt. And for the rest of us, let's honor our veterans, not only with our words, but with our actions. Let us live lives worthy of their sacrifice. In a divided world, let's unite through acts of kindness and courage. Use your gifts to lift others, just as my dad did, just as veterans do every day, because freedom isn't free, and neither is a strong society. It's earned through service, one selfless act at a time. Because as long as we carry courage, gratitude, and service, the legacy of heroes like my dad, Captain Steve Atkinson, and veterans everywhere will live on. Not just in our memories, but in the stories that we continue to write through how we live, lead, and love others. May God bless our veterans, our family, and our great nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that with all of us. At this moment, can I just ask the veterans in our room to please stand so we can honor you? And to every public servant who's in this room, can you please stand? Thank you very much. I think that sets the tone for how we all want to serve our communities. And so thank you very much, Diane, for sharing that wonderful speech, but also the story of your father. I would like to now ask our clerk to please call the next item.
Public agenda. The public agenda allows for up to 5 speakers to have 5 minutes each to address the council. No action will be taken relative to items on the public agenda other than referral to the city manager for information as necessary. Speakers will please state their name and address for the record. The time clock will display the speaker's remaining time to speak. Order and rules of decorum will be observed. The first speaker today is Arthur Stokes, Black Mold.
Good morning. I'm Arthur Stokes. I reside 2614 South Topeka. I live in apartment 202. The reason I'm here is for the community for a start, but hopefully in dealing with that topic, I'm hoping it expands for the whole state. You know, we all know that there's issues here with the homelessness. There's issues with, well, you know, sort of like the community with housing. And when you get these people off the street, they should have decent facilities and also be free of the environment. You know, if we don't have safety, you know, we don't have anything. You know, I notice, I see people with hard hats on, or it's always safety first. That's in war, that's in domestic, that's in everything that we do. So in dealing with that, it has to be addressed, and it's almost like, you know, you gotta have a team. You know, when we look at, I know you got a lot of Kansas City Chief fans in here. When you look at Kansas City, they always supposed to have a plan, and you got to keep people in check. And when you don't have that going on, you have a system that fails. It does not work. You gotta have people to keep these landlords and all of these people that's power hungry in check. And when you don't have that, you're gonna have some greedy people. You're gonna have some people that are gonna suffer. And, you know, that's what this is all about. You know, I was listening to an old school song by Kool and the Gang, and they was talking about all of us doing our part in this, you know, and who's gonna take the weight of all of this. And, you know, that's the way I look at this situation. Who's gonna take the weight if we don't clean up this mess? When you got people in a situation where it's really no plan in there. In combat, you call that broken arrow. All hell break loose. And that's what's happening in this situation. All hell has broke loose. It has happened. I try to keep this podium as sacred as I can because I'm afraid we was talking about future generations of kids and families getting this stuff. You're gonna hurt them. You're gonna wound them. You know, it's a very costly price. Like the young lady was just speaking, freedom ain't always free. We pay a penalty sometime to be free. So I won't be here next month. My family in Florida want me to come home. I got one uncle left out of all of the siblings I haven't seen. I'm gonna spend time with them, but I'm gonna try to spend as much time advocating next year as possible on this. Strive for perfection in everything. Take the best that exists and make it better. If it doesn't exist, create it. Accept nothing nearly right or good enough. Henry Royce from Rolls Royce. That's my dedication for the day. Thoughts, comments, questions?
I appreciate you coming up here, and hope you have a good time in Florida. On the 9th is when we will be hearing property maintenance, I believe, which includes things such as new safety standards, cracking down on some problematic landlords and whatnot. The 9th of December.
I can make it.
It'll also be on YouTube, so if you are in Florida, watch out for them gators, and go ahead and pop that on the YouTube during the day.
All right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
420 Jim, bad officers and the way rights were violated and how we might fix this.
Is 420 Jim here? I see he's not here. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
Barb Myers, Cemetery Advisory Board.
Good morning. So basically, I just wanted to give you all an update of kind of where we are right now. We've been, of course, I'm Barb Myers. I live at 1322 Stackman, and I represent Friends of the Wichita Pioneers. We take care of Highland Cemetery. So in the last 6 months, we have hosted several very successful tours of Highland Cemetery. We just finished a collaboration with Cowtown. So we met the first week at Cowtown and the second week at Highland. So we were able to actually introduce the people and what they did, and then basically where they are now. So that was a new thing, and we intend to follow through with that again next year. So I think that was a really good thing for both of us. We've had several other tours and work days. We're just getting started. We in the last 6 months, we're just getting our name back out there. We're letting people know that what we're doing, we're still going to be doing for a long time. And we're going to be doing a lot more work days, fundraising, that kind of thing. I just also wanted to let y'all know that I'm working in collaboration, of course, with WSU and now KU to do some grant research. We did receive a grant from the National Science Foundation that we will be doing some GPR and photogrammetry research out there. The goal being that we want to be able to get data together to be able to make a website that'll actually be something that people can interact with and actually go in and find out. They can zoom in, they can see the cemetery. This is something that Cambridge Cemetery did. You can actually zoom in and see the people and get the information, even possibly get the pictures. So this is where historians like myself come in, where we provide the information to the people who do the science. So we did receive that grant, and we have commenced work on it. Any work that we do out there is non-invasive. It's not something that we're ever going to have to touch anything. We're not going to have to break ground or anything like that. We're just going to do a GPR that goes right across the ground, or we're going to take drones and go around the top. So we have been doing the preliminary work to get that started, and this particular project is supposed to be done by the end of May. So I'll keep you informed as to where we are on that. And one of the people that we intend to find with that is I know where Rich Robinson is buried. He's the sole African-American signer of the city charter, and he doesn't presently have a marked grave. So that's something that we want to find, and we hope to work with, maybe get the fire department involved, because his descendants were members of the fire department both here and in Hutchinson. So we have large reaching programs that we want to work with other groups on to get these projects done. The last thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, and I don't know if you've all seen it yet, is the letter from the Historic Preservation Board in support of a cemetery advisory board. I know they signed it, and I don't know where it is in the process right now, but it was signed on October 13th, basically stating that they want to see a cemetery advisory board, and I think they worded it specifically for Highland, but it should be actually for the entire 5 cemeteries that the city actually runs right now. But what we're looking at is a greater oversight. We'd still work entirely with the city, of course. I mean, we're not trying to make it freestanding, but we're trying to make an advisory board of people like myself that know more about cemeteries, know about cemetery law, procedure, preservation, what kind of things have to be done at a cemetery to make it done right. And I'm not saying that the park department hasn't done a great job taking care of the cemetery, but we'd like to see more. We'd like to see more historic preservation as well. I do want to commend the Parks Department for keeping in contact with me, staying, we're all being, we're all working with each other to a great, to the same goal. They do contact me, I do contact them, let them know when something is going on, they let me know when something's available. So I want to thank you all for that. But basically, we just want to see more historic preservation done in that manner. So that's what we're pushing for, and we're hoping that in the process of your workshops and your budget hearings, that maybe more money is found to be able to take care of these cemeteries. Right now, it's very minimal, and I know that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done, like with the roads. And I know there's some issues with security and stuff like that. So those are the kinds of things that we're advocating for in the long run. So anyway, I just wanted to give you all an update of where we are. We kind of hit the end of our season this week, as a matter of fact. We don't have any more tours per se planned, but if anyone ever wants to come out, they can always get a hold of me. We will actually have the mausoleum open on Christmas Day. That's something I go out and do. And then we start kind of in earnest back about March. So in the meantime, we're just kind of doing the, you know what they say, everything's done with the paperwork. So that's what I wanted to say. Are there any questions?
I don't have a question. I do have a comment. Just thank you for everything that you were doing. You do a great job. You actually came up yesterday. I was meeting with the NAACP, and that fact about Richard Robinson came up. I know you had met with Councilmember-elect Shepherd, and he was talking about that. They might be interested in joining that effort to support,
Excellent.
one, learning more about Richard Robinson and all the history that you have. So I definitely encourage that, and I can connect you if you'd like.
I would appreciate that.
Just a quick question on the committee there. Would that be a subcommittee?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be the Historic Preservation Board.
It's an advisory
a
board
sub-
to the Historic Preservation Board.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is Reggie here? By
Nope.
chance?
You got Ferris.
I'm sorry, he's out of town.
Oh,
All
okay.
right.
Does anybody from the Parks Department know? any
Gary's here.
Updates? Okay, great. Do you know any updates from the conversation in March when she was here talking about, I know that we've cleaned up the trees and stuff that were down, but we talked about security, we talked about a possible closing of the gate. I know it was closed during the cleanup.
March was a long time ago.
I know.
Yes, the gates were closed during and after the storms this summer. Forestry did a great job cleaning things up. There's always more forestry work to do in there. But the storm damage is cleaned up. But for public safety, we did close the gates. The gates are open now and have been for quite some time. The mausoleum remains locked on a regular basis. There's no one there to monitor that. So we do keep that locked. In terms of security, we are exploring several different options. We've gotten some bids from different companies for some security options. We ran into a financial problem with installing electric gates. That is exorbitantly expensive to do that. And you have the design problems with how close the gate is to hillside. So we'd have to completely restructure the entry in order to be able to do that. That became cost prohibitive for the amount of money that we currently have in the fund that would be appropriate to spend on that. So
What about the camera?
that is what we're working on right now. We have working through a company that I believe it's going to be a solar operated system, so we do not have to run electric lines. We've been working with IT and Sandifer to be able to get that installed. We haven't pulled the trigger yet, but we are communicating with that company and through the planning process right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Barb, for all your awesome work.
Thank you, Barb. City Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
Andrew Crane, Housing and HUD vouchers.
Andrew Crane? I don't see Andrew Crane. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next individual?
We don't have any more individuals signed up, Madam Mayor.
Jeanette Peterson?
She rescheduled to December 9th.
Thank you. We have room for any individuals who would like to address the council. I see none. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Consent agenda items 1 through 27.
Council members, are there any items to be pulled? I have one, consent agenda item 5A. I move to approve consent agenda items 1 through 27 without 5A.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Consent agenda item 5A is in regards to the supplemental agreement number 1 and revised budget for Plainview Community Center in District 3. I had a couple of questions regarding the $300,000 that will now increase the budget to $10.2 million. Can we address what this public art will be for?
Sure. Good morning. Becca Johnson from the Office of Community Services for the record. The $300,000 was designated by the Design Council as part of their CIP approval process for public art to add to the Plainview project because they deemed it a project of significance. We are adding the addendum to our architect agreement to make sure that we can get that art figured out. We don't have exactly where that will go yet, other than throughout the facility.
can you address, so we have another center that's opening up, and it's actually really great for our community to know about the Brewer Center that's opening up in District 1. Can you tell us how much in public art was allocated to Brewer Center?
Sure. 200,000 was allocated, and that was outside of the CIP process.
There are multiple pieces of art that are part of that $200,000. Councilmember Johnson actually is probably the best source on that.
Yeah, and also the art budget, I was hoping to be a little larger. It was based on a calculation of the initial cost of the facility. But for the Brewer Center, there is a combination of murals, tiles, lighting. You'd have to see it. It looks amazing, but there's multiple types of art. There's contract work with 2 Ghanaian artists from Ghana, working with the artist that won the RFP, which is from out of town, who also contracted with 3 local artists. So there's quite a few people in pieces of the artwork of the Brewer Center, and looking forward to the same thing happening at Plainview. So yeah, I think that's that.
Thank you. And City Manager, just so that everyone has the same information, how much was the Brewer Center? And only 200,000 was given to public art at that center, is that correct?
That is correct. I'm sorry, I don't know, I've forgotten the total dollar amount on the Brewer Center. Was it?
So it ended up about 10 million. At one point it inflated to 13.7 million, and then back down after construction costs decreased.
Yeah, that was my recollection. Mayor, you had also asked about the schedule for Plainview. Becca?
So we are looking at a construction beginning in September, October of 2026 with a completion date by Q4 of 2027.
Thank you. And then I think it might be a Councilmember Johnson question. I also asked, this would be a great opportunity to remind our community of the grand opening of the Brewer Center. Would you like to say anything about that?
Yeah, Saturday, December 6th, 8:30 a.m. All are welcome. Love for you to be there. I think everyone will be amazed with the facility, not only from what it is now compared to what it used to be, but the wonderful art inside of it. I think is going to be very inspiring. Also, the first 200 guests get a little surprise, so make sure you get there early. And we'll have some food as well, the best breakfast in the city of Wichita, out of every district. But definitely would love to have folks there December 6th, 8:30 a.m. If you don't know where the Brewer Center is at, it's at McAdams Park. We actually have over 100 new parking spaces, so you should be able to park close as well.
Will there be brisket at breakfast?
There should be brisket. There should be. But there's a secret chili recipe that will be given out as well.
Well, thank you all very much for the hard work in getting community centers available for our community, not only in District 1, but in District 3 and multiple other areas around the city. I just wanted to make sure that community understood that it's a small allocation towards public art in the grand scheme of that major project. And I just wanted to, again, commend Councilmember Johnson, who's been working very hard at the Brewer Center so that it can be open by December 6th. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And thank you, Becca. We will now open it up for public comment regarding this item. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. I know I pulled it, but it is in District 3. Would you like to move it?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the City Council approve supplemental agreement number 1 and revised budget, adopt the amending resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts dated November 24th, 2025.
Morning, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. The Board of Bids and Contracts convened yesterday, November 24th, 2025, for the following items. For engineering, we have the 21st Street ITS improvements, Cleveland to 159th for Phillips Southern Electric Company Incorporated for an aggregate bid total of $4,223,542. We have the water distribution system Phase 1, stormwater drain number 544, sanitary sewer street improvements Phase 1 for Greenwich Legacy Edition Tide for NOAC Construction Incorporated for an aggregate bid total of $882,579, subject to your approval of the revised engineer's estimate and budget authorization for Group 2. We have the 2026 utility cut repair of streets, driveways, and sidewalks for PPJ Construction Incorporated for $3,474,030, awarded from the original bid of $2,961,765 within the engineer's estimate. We have the excavation of soils at Apex site. This project is being deferred given there is a bidder protest, so I'll be bringing this back to you, but today I need to defer it to respect the administrative process. For purchasing, we have 19,000 gross vehicle weight 4x4 crew cab with utility bed truck for Rusty Eck Ford Incorporated for an aggregate bid total of $146,814. We have the 10,700 gross vehicle weight two-wheel drive regular cab pickup truck for Don Hatton Chevrolet Incorporated for an aggregate bid total of $70,285. We have the Century 2 Energy Plant chilled water pump and valve replacement for Central Consolidated Incorporated for $515,254.12. We have the 31st Street South Seneca and Meridian data fiber installation for Idea Tech Telecom LLC for $73,228.70. We have the Harry I-35 to Greenwich data fiber installation for Idea Tech Telecom LLC for $159,227.92. We have the Oliver Harry to I-35 data fiber installation for Idea Tech Telecom LLC for $97,525.67. We have the Pawnee Oliver to I-35 data fiber installation for Idea Tech Telecom LLC for $93,505.44. We have the Seneca McCormick to 31st Street South data fiber installation for Idea Tech Telecom LLC for $174,213.65. We have the Meridian 31st Street South to MacArthur data fiber installation for Idea Tech Telecom LLC for $82,183. And I have the four-wheel drive 6-yard wheel loader for Murphy Tractor and Equipment Company Incorporated for $429,950. We have the security and video surveillance system for Century 2, Sandifer Engineering Controls Incorporated for $116,292.09. We have the online auction of released property and evidence for PropertyRoom.com Incorporated for an estimated annual revenue of $15,000 per year. And we have the Integrated Library System Service Agreement Renewal for Innovative Interfaces Incorporated for $82,726.78. We have the Process Server Contract Change Order for Red Spade Investigations Incorporated for an amended amount of $90 per line item 1. And for airport, we have the Liquid de-icer for runways for Nature's Alpine Solutions LLC, doing business as Nature's Alpine Solutions Industrial, for $75,720 estimated per year. This is how to become a vendor with the city. This is our purchasing calendar of small business resource partner events that the city's hosting or participating in. And these are open public opportunities out on the street today, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? Go ahead.
Josh, I have a question. Could you go to slide 5, please?
Sure.
We recently had a situation in District 6 with this company. I was just wondering, after projects, if you guys have any type of debrief. I've never seen a situation like this kind of go a little south, maybe. But just with them winning the highest bid, which I think is fantastic, I just want to make sure that we don't have another situation like we did a couple weeks ago. So is that ever part of the conversation?
Yes, so in contract management in general, we want to work with our departments to outline deficiency of performance. So we, in those instances, will work with our departments, our subject matter experts to say, These are documented issues that we are having at the operating level that we need to outline in the contract as not acceptable. So if you have instances in a contract where there's concerns, we will document what's called a vendor do better letter. It's a contractual breach of performance. We will work closely with our law department to outline areas of concern to bring them back into alignment. You also, within the contract formation, you can outline a couple different areas of concern. Specifically, with that type of situation, you could have a pollution liability underwriter for certificate of insurance that you can pull. You can also outline contractual instruments of liquidated damages or incentives or different areas that you can outline to ensure that type of performance is encouraged or prevented. Outside of that, those are the big toolkits that we have in the purchasing office. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I have to say Gary and Paul have been fantastic, but I was just curious before if there's anything that can be in place, I guess in general, or unless something has to happen before those extra measures are taken.
So you can outline in a contract specific considerations and areas of concern. Reactively, you can outline that breach process. We would have to work on a case-by-case basis specifically, not trying to, knowing anecdotally some concerns going on, but diving into the actual contract details of the project and a vendor of concern, we need to work with the law department and the operating department to bring that to our concern of these are the instances we have issues with.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Josh, I also have a question about this slide. How'd you get from 2.9 to 3.4?
So that would be something our city engineer need to speak to. They're awarding it from what the original bid is. They're requesting it to award it above that amount within the engineer's estimate.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities for the record. Vice Mayor Johnston, we wrote it for the engineer's estimate. The utility cut, repair of streets, we don't know how much work will actually be completed by franchise utilities, so this provides us some more quantities to go above the original bid price. If we come across additional work that needs to be done, we pay them for the measured quantities that they complete, and we won't go above that 3.47.
And Paul, they submitted their bids on quantities,
Yes,
right?
measured, yes,
Yeah,
their
a
bids are
unit
based on,
price.
yes, unit price. We'll pay unit price per quantity bid.
Okay, so it may not end up being 3.4.
Correct, that's correct. In fact, this year's utility cut, repair of streets was under the engineer's estimate. We hadn't used all the quantities that we had originally planned for, so this provides us some opportunity to go above that. if
Okay,
needed.
so the bidding was fair then?
Correct,
Between
yes.
the two. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Josh, just a quick question regarding items 10 through 15. That was the data fiber with Ideatech. Were there no other bidders?
So this was requested by our engineer department to not bid it out, and the reason that it was requested not to bid out within the packet, they outlined rationale that this utility provider will explicitly be in these areas completing work that if was bidded out, they estimated, the engineer's estimate to be significantly higher. It is at council's prerogative that we are happy to facilitate a bid, but it was strongly encouraged to request that we have an opportunity to exempt competitive bidding to take advantage of these prices that would be cheaper. Instances outlined within the agenda report was at 50% or greater discounts because they're just so happen to be working within that area. So that made a strong compelling case for my review to say that this didn't have to go out for bid under high technology.
So that's work being done outside of council's purview?
Not the work that the independent contractor is doing for utility. The specific work the city is requesting is all within council's purview being requested today.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is the work that they're currently doing is their own work, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I can have the city engineer speak to that, but that is my understanding as well.
Okay, yeah, we've just had some interesting phone calls about it over the last month or so. So I just wanted to make sure I was relaying the correct information to my constituents.
Sure, and any interested public, I would encourage each agenda item, each project item has a full paragraph explanation from the requesting project manager. In this instance, the Public Works Engineer's Office. that I would defer for any members of the public also interested in these items.
Okay, so with this extra work that's gonna be done on our behalf now, if there are some concerns as far as dirt not getting filled in the holes completely or anything like that, we send them to our engineering department to kind of rectify any of the concerns?
I'm having an engineer shaking their head yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And lastly, I think we have a lot of folks who are tuning in that don't know the process. This is exempt because it is at a lower price, and I'm sure you guys did the research regarding the justification. So whatever this amount is, according to what we're just talking about, would be twice as much as what this would be estimated. But normal process of business with the city of Wichita is an open bid process. Is that correct?
Sure, so thank you for the question. City Council outlines in our purchasing ordinance and in City Code 2.64, the purchasing policy and procedures. Within that, it vests it within a purchasing officer, which is myself, the purchasing manager, to review. Anytime a department request is exceeding $50,000, there's a review within very specific parameters or criteria that say there are listed explicit definitions of exemptions to competitive bidding. This specific item is a high technology item, so that in city code outlines instances of high technology can be exempted. This specifically was reviewed by myself. Our project managers review the identified need, the market research to provide that to us for our consideration as all-inclusive review. Within their preliminary review, the engineer estimate outlines the project cost estimation, and that project cost estimation would be significantly higher, causing them to request this today.
Thank you for your team and all in purchasing. I see no further questions. This does not get public comment, so I move to approve the Board of Bids and Contracts dated November 24th, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Petitions for public improvements.
Thank you. Good morning. Mayor, City Council members, Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities. For the record, I have a few petitions for your consideration this morning. Signatures on the petitions represent 100% of the improvement districts, and the petitions are valid per Kansas statute. Northgate 5th Edition, located in District 6. Project will provide water, drainage, sewer, and paving improvements required for a new commercial development and to cover the cost of a private bid. Northgate 5th Edition, again located in District 6. On May 18th, 2021 and November 9th, 2021, the City Council approved water, stormwater, sewer, sanitary sewer, and paving improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted revised petitions with increased budgets to reflect current market conditions, and the revised petitions also shift the project financing from publicly bid improvements to acquisition of privately constructed improvements. Whispering Creek Edition, located in District 2. On January 17th, 2024, the City Council approved sanitary sewer and paving improvements required for a new residential development. The developer has submitted revised petitions and revised budgets to reflect current market conditions. And it is recommended that the City Council approve the new and revised petitions and budgets, adopt the new and amending resolutions, and authorize the necessary signatures. And as a reminder, we have quite a few folks in the audience that these are all paid by special assessment. And I'll stand for questions.
Thank you for that added note, Paul, because I was about to ask that question. Are there any comments? I see none. I move to approve the petitions for public improvements.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Council member appointments and comments.
Council members, any appointments?
I have one. I'd like to appoint Andrea Scarpelli to the Wichita Library Board. Advisory Board, I guess. Is that right?
I'd like to appoint Barb Myers to the Historic Preservation Board.
I see no one else. I move to approve the two appointments.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Council member comments.
I have one. This last week, I was in Salt Lake City with a couple of my colleagues for National League of Cities. The city of Wichita actually won second place in the Digital Cities Survey, so shout out to IT. We are second place in the city group of 250,000 to 499,999. So I was able to get that, brought it here today. I'll give this to Mike later, but City of Wichita, second place. It's always awesome to go collect a plaque or trophy or award on behalf of the city. We do great work, and I told a few people we'll get first next time, so we'll be back.
Mayor, if I could just add to that, I'm really proud of the work that's been done by IT and the amount of effort that's gone into developing policies, specifically around AI and cybersecurity. Those were things that we were recognized for, and they felt that we were exceptional in terms of the work we were doing right now. This is the highest we've finished in this award competition, and we're still shooting for #1. Long Beach is a great competitor, but we'd love to knock them off next time. But if you look at the list of cities that were also recognized in our category, it's a who's who of those that are involved in, I think, advanced IT work around the country. So very proud of that award and the work that our staff has done.
Congratulations to the IT department. Are there any further comments? I see none. We will move on. We are not adjourning. We are now moving on to the workshop portion. City Manager Layton.
Mayor, thank you very much. Over the last year, Council's had a number of discussions about homelessness in Wichita and some of the efforts that have been taken in order to address this serious concern. However, I think whenever we've had those discussions, they've been a little bit piecemeal. And so I think the most important thing to do is to take a holistic approach to the homelessness efforts that are being realized in this community. And there are so many agencies that are touching this issue. Today, we'd like to talk about that, what we're calling the ecosystem for homelessness. I think it'll give you a great idea about the breadth of the effort. Is also, and I think it will provide additional information in the community about the type of resources that are going into attacking this serious issue. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve Burt, who's going to serve as our master of ceremony, so to speak, as we step through the discussion of the process.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I am going to, with partners, we came together to craft this presentation with the VA, Second Light, and the Coalition to End Homelessness of Wichita Central County. So our intention here is to give you a broad overview. There's a lot. There's about 77 slides here. Because this system is so large and has been functioning for so long, we expect questions. We expect this to be a dialogue because this is just simply a lot of information. So our agenda today, I'm obviously kicking it off, and then I'm going to hand it over to Matt Lowe with the Coalition to End Homelessness in Wichita Central County. He's going to talk about the COC's efforts, et cetera. Then he's going to hand it off to Kenny Barker with the Robert J. Dole VA Medical Center. Then we're going to hand it off to Dan Clifford with Second Light. And then I'll come back and give an overview of what the city's investments have been actually over the last 10 years towards homelessness. With that, I'll ask Matt Lowe to come on up.
Good morning. Matt Lowe, United Way of the Plains. I saw all of you get nervous about the 77 slides. We'll try to move through them quickly, I promise. As Steve said, I work with the Coalition to End Homelessness in Wichita and Sedgwick County, and really the coalition is, a lot of times it's thought of as being the United Way or that kind of thing, but the coalition, while we have staff at the United Way, it is really a group of many partners. There are nonprofit partners, there's government, there's law enforcement, there's the faith group, there's individual citizens. There are many people that make up the coalition. And so just to give kind of an overview of what a coalition, where the continuum of care is, what it used to be called, where it came from. Back in the 90s sometime when we started to see homelessness kind of go on a rise across the country, the Department of Housing and Urban Development made an investment into communities all across the country. They said, hey, we'll make an investment into you, but in order to receive these funds and in order to use these funds, you must form what is called a continuum of care, where we need all of the providers working together to determine how you're going to spend this money and what you're going to do with it to solve homelessness in your community. So the funding was provided for the purposes of rapidly rehousing individuals and families, reducing trauma and disruption caused by homelessness. One key fact that I always like to point out is that $0 of that funding that we receive into this community can be used for shelters. It all has to go into permanent housing resources, or that's how it's been up to this point. There are over 400 COCs nationwide, each covering a distinct geographic area. In Kansas, there are 5 continuums of care. There's the Wichita-Sedgwick County Continuum of Care. There's Shawnee County, which covers Topeka. There's Johnson County. Kansas City Metro has its own, excluding Johnson County. And then there's what they call the Balance of State Continuum of Care, which is all of the other counties across the state. In Wichita,
If I could real quick, I'm sorry to start delaying our process already. There are other changes that are being proposed on the federal level as far as how you guys can allocate money as well.
Yes.
Is that correct?
And yes, and I have a slide dedicated to that.
All right, thank you.
Sure thing. In order to receive the funds into a community, each community must designate a lead agency. In Wichita, as I said, United Way is that lead agency. We currently have 24 voting members, so I mentioned this big coalition. There are a lot of people that are involved that come to our coalition meetings, that are on committees. We have a whole structure that's involved, but we have 24 voting members that kind of help decide the day-to-day operational direction of the coalition. I kind of, as we were going to this overview, some of this may be redundant. You may be aware of some of these, but I thought it was pertinent to kind of share a little bit more about the ecosystem of who the providers are, the types of services that are available for homelessness across our community. There are street outreach providers. A lot of those are like niche populations, or they have outreach staff to go out to reach certain populations, such as veterans or youth or that kind of thing. I just tend to distinguish street outreach from housing navigation as being two kind of distinct things, though they are very related, because you have street outreach. When I think of street outreach, it's going out, making contact with someone, providing for their basic needs, and pointing them to shelter. Like it's very low touch, like it's very much on the street. And then we have housing navigation, which takes it up a level. And it's more using that meeting of basic needs, but not just leaving it there. It's using that to open the conversation to point towards housing. And it's staff who are walking alongside people while they're living on the street and helping move them directly into housing. We also have emergency shelter providers who do just night-by-night services, where anybody can show up at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, regardless of condition. They're given a bed for the night. Usually they have to leave in the morning. Currently, Union Rescue Mission does this work, and our Second Light as well.
Sorry, can we go back? Sorry, I'm already asking questions. For street outreach, so there are no resources in terms of street outreach other than Wichita Police Department's homeless outreach team from the city of Wichita doing just street outreach. Is that correct? For the purposes of just moving people like either into shelter or just giving out, like blankets or tents or those kinds of things. There are a whole lot of grassroots organizations. There were too many to name on any of these slides. These are just the ones that we work with in the coalition in homelessness primarily. So the homeless outreach team goes out. Of course, they're law enforcement officers. They're out there during the daytime, Monday to Friday. The Robert J. Doe VA, they go out to reach veterans. They're real good about if other street outreach providers contact a veteran, they can literally pick up the phone and they'll dispatch an outreach staff pretty quick. The Children's Home does youth, transition age youth. Humankind Ministries does have one staff that does street outreach that can go out and serve any population of people. And like I said, they do a pretty good job about trying to push people towards shelter and that kind of thing. And then the ICT street team
is street outreach, and they do a lot of medical services. They currently have clinics down on Pawnee and Broadway, as well as at 3rd and Topeka weekly.
And that same slide, sorry, the emergency shelter, so Second Light has more than 125 beds.
Yeah, I realized that as I put that number, this is just night by night, and I think it's just winter shelter as well, or possibly whenever construction is done. I'll let Dan speak to the specific numbers on his, because I realize that they have been fluctuating over the last few months with different construction, and he's going to share shortly. But the rescue mission during the winter, they've upped their beds from 40 to 90, and I believe Second Light is during the winter, it's 125, just for night by night. They still have their entry-exit shelter, which I was going to cover on the next slide. Any more questions about difference between street outreach, our community housing navigators, and night-by-night shelter? Okay. Then we have entry-exit shelters. These are a little bit more in the sense of like you go in for an intake and you can stay in the shelter as long as you need to, as long as you're working a housing plan, or you don't violate rules or something of that nature. Again, we have several providers in this community. I've listed the number of beds as best as I could. And so you'll see that Second Light can serve men and women. Humankind has 60 beds. Currently, they're serving a lot of families. St. Anthony Family Shelter only serves families. You have Family Promise, again, families with minor children. Crossroads Shelter serves youth. Emporia House for veterans, Harbor House, Wichita Family Crisis, domestic violence, and then you have the UMOD Homeless Resource Center, which is just a day shelter. So of all of these shelters, you'll notice that most of them, again, are niche populations, with Second Light and Humankind in kind of being the outliers who will serve most anyone, which I think is a good strategy, just because we have so many family shelters that you need something for everyone else.
Do you know how many openings are currently in these locations?
I don't have the exact number of openings because it's so fluid. Like, I could say there's 5 openings at Shelter A right now. By the time we finish with this conversation, they could be full. And so it's a very fluid thing. We are in the process of developing a shelter app, which is meant to be a real-time shelter app that the providers, as they do intakes, they will take beds offline as well as add them back on when people leave. That will be open for all outreach advocates, law enforcement, emergency responders, and that kind of thing. And it's in process of being developed. We hope to have it live, by the time the construction is finished at Second Light. So maybe March.
Who's creating that app, by the way?
It's kind of a complicated, like we started with just developing like a Google app internally, like with just staff at providers, and then we realized we want something more professional, so we met with an agency. It's currently, we don't have, the bids have not been signed yet, but we're looking at Spectrumware is who we're working with currently. Like I said, though, the contract has not been signed, but should be signed any day.
Matt, can I add something?
Yes, sir.
I think there's a tremendous shortage of shelters for families. At Guadalupe Clinic, we try to get people in shelter, and we can almost never get them in. Somebody needs to step up and increase their capacity for families, because it's not being met right now.
It is a challenge. Humankind has kind of been stepping in that space as much as they can. They're not officially at the Humankind Inn like a family shelter, but they are primarily serving families there. But yes, I agree. As we continue to struggle with inflation and the cost of housing, we see more and more families and others who are experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness. All right, next type of service we have available, and these are kind of designed to be a continuum. So we start with street outreach, we have shelter, then you have transitional housing. Up to this point, this has not typically been something that HUD has been funding, though there is a change as we go forward. We have a handful, but you'll see we only have 97 beds really of transitional housing in our community. Union Rescue Mission has their C2C program. They do have other programs. They have an Eagle's Wings program that, as people move through their little internal continuum, that they can move into their own apartment. They have a Solid Ground program, which is more substance use, but just a bona fide straight transitional program. C2C is kind of their primary. Salvation Army has a transition program.
Can I interrupt, sorry, really quick? I know that Councilmember Tuttle, I think, is a board member of Union Rescue Mission, but I know for a fact that there are more beds in transitional housing than that at Union Rescue Mission for men. Specifically, they just opened up this year a Second Chances program for individuals who have exited out of the prison system. and wanting to transition into civic life. And so that number is actually very deflated right there.
Well, it's 30 in the C2C program. I listed those by program, and as I mentioned, I did not include Solid Ground or their Eagles Wings program, and it is, I overlooked the prison program because I'm looking at programs that are open to your average person that is on the street, not necessarily coming out of an incarceration or something like that. But yes, that probably should be listed up there. That was an oversight on my part, Mayor. Family Promise, Empowerment Center, Bridges, again, a lot of these are population specific. Or even with that, you mentioned the Union Rescue Mission, again, niche population, you're coming out of prison. So therefore, it's not just open to anyone, you have to meet this niche population to be qualified for that bed. Then we have rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. This has been the Coalition in Homelessness really bread and butter over the last at least decade, 10 to 15 years. These are the two primary types of programs that we would provide funding for. Rapid rehousing, designed for people to be short-term case management with housing supports, so up to a year of case management and housing, and then permanent supportive housing, more for long-term people with chronic homelessness and disabling conditions. So the mission of the Coalition of Homelessness is to end homelessness in Sedgwick County through housing, supportive services, and community-wide partnerships. We can't do it on our own. Our focus has been very heavily on housing and providing those supportive services, but building a network of providers as much as we can to be able to attack this issue, to be able to strategize and work together, constantly trying to make improvements to reduce homelessness in our community. Our vision or where we're going is that homelessness should be rare, brief, and non-reoccurring for all of our neighbors in Sedgwick County. How we kind of organize our coalition team, we found that there are 3 essential components that must be in place in order for us to succeed in our mission. First would be grant compliance and system improvement. The federal government currently invests just over $3 million into Wichita, Sedgwick County for the purposes of providing these permanent housing resources to our community. That is not meant to be the all in all of what is needed to end homelessness, but it is a sizable investment that the federal government made specifically to address this issue. So we have a grant component, system improvement, coordinated entry and housing navigation. This is how people access those housing resources. And then we have our data collection and analysis, which is our homeless management information system. I'll go into a couple of these in a little more detail. So grant management and system improvement. Our goal is really trying to build a system that works. And as you all know, it is a very challenging thing because as we seem to start making movements in one direction, there's these new things that come into place, new challenges that we have to address. With our federal funding, we're always delayed. So it's like if we're working on our federal grant right now, we won't see those dollars for a year or two and a year and a half from now. So whatever strategy we set today, it always seems like there is a delay in the implementation of that strategy. So I'll talk about point in time count. 130 volunteers canvass, all of Sedgwick County. I will say the point in time count in 2025 was our most exhaustive and detailed point in time count to date, with over 130 volunteers going out to every nook and cranny all across Sedgwick County to do the count. We used our homeless management information system to count people that were in shelters. And with that, we had 736 people that were total counted. That is the highest it's been over the last 4 years and probably ever. But we've been hovering around that 700 number for the last 4 years. So we've been remaining relatively flat when it comes to total overall homelessness, but the number that we're seeing continue to increase is our unsheltered. And you'll notice that it's gone from 124 in 2022 all the way to 195 in 2025. That's a significant increase over the last 4 years. And one thing that stands out to me is that even with the multi-agency center, the winter shelter being online this last year, and with all of the push and with all of the people going out, law enforcement compelling people to come into shelter, we still had record-breaking unsheltered numbers. So but for that work being done, who knows what that number would have been. So very, very thankful for that shelter coming online. I will say our point in time count is scheduled for January 29th of 2026. We're, of course, looking for volunteers, so please go to UnitedWayOfThePlains.org to sign up.
How do those numbers line up with national average?
We are actually, as far as nationally, and there is on our website, it kind of has some comparison to other cities our size. We're holding pretty strong compared to other cities who are seeing record-breaking numbers of homelessness. It sounds terrible, and I wouldn't say it, I'm saying it publicly, but we have been, in a lot of ways, all of the work that's been going on has kept us pretty flat, but I see that as a success because, like I said, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, all the other cities that are around us, I mean, it's record-breaking numbers of homelessness. So I'm very proud of our system, though I know that there's so much more work to be done, and as long as we see one person sleeping outside, our job is not complete. A couple years back, we set a goal of reaching what we call functional zero, and that's a milestone where there are more people exiting homelessness than are entering it. When it's achieved, we'll have accomplished our vision, where homelessness is rare and brief for the populations that we serve. The philosophy of functional zero is that you focus on one population at a time. So in 2023, we launched a kind of initiative with the VA and with the city of Wichita and the Sedgwick County to reach functional zero for veterans. And we've been very hard at that work, and there's been a lot of successes that have taken place. We've learned a lot. We thought it was going to be an easier population to address, and we found out that it was not as easy as we thought. We have a regional VA here, for example. So people who are experiencing homelessness in our region come to Wichita to be served by the VA. That's just one example of a challenge that we would have. So this is also sometimes called system equilibrium, where we have the right number of resources for the right number of people who are entering homelessness. And so, as I said, in 2023, we launched an initiative to reach functional zero. We've housed 356 veterans since that launch, which is about 4 veterans a week. And I want you to do that. I mean, that to me is a successful system. That's almost one a day for a 5-day work week, that our veteran system is housing a veteran who's experiencing homelessness. The average time identification, from the time we identify them to when we sign that lease to move them, is just 52 days. We have outflow has exceeded inflow in 13 of the last 27 months, about 50%. We need to, that's kind of our big growing point. We've got to see that number go up. We need outflow to exceed inflow more. We will have periods throughout the year. We've got enough data where we see where we'll be going downhill, and we'll be moving quickly towards reaching that functional zero metric. And then something happens, and we have not been able to identify exactly what those things are, but we'll just see spikes. For a couple of months, it'll go down to 24, 23, 22, up to 38. Like, it'll just be a sudden spike. And so then we have to recoil and we start going back down. So we've just seen that happen at least 3 or 4 times over the last couple of years. Knowing that the veterans are not the only population of people who are experiencing homelessness, we have also running a parallel track where we're trying to address chronic homelessness in our community. Our current goal is to reduce long-term homelessness by 75% by 2028. We have housed 112 long-term homeless individuals since January 1st of 2024.
Can I ask another question? Sorry. I'm looking at your website that breaks down the statistic regarding 736 individuals facing homelessness. Of those, 140 are chronically homeless. And then those are the key populations, including veterans, youth, chronically homeless, seniors, households with minor children. So is it accurate to say that actually the large majority of the 736 are not part of the key populations that I just mentioned?
That would be correct, because even with the 140 you mentioned, that's self-reported. In order to be considered chronically homeless, which is why I kind of put that slash with long-term, because to be considered chronically homeless, you have to have a year of documented homelessness as well as a disabling condition. And so sometimes, as you well know, there are people who are experiencing homelessness in our community that are hidden back in the woods somewhere, and they're not coming out for services. And they may very, very, very well meet that definition of chronic, but we don't have it documented anywhere. And so they wouldn't go on the technical list of chronic homelessness, but they certainly are considered long-term, which is why we're including them in our measurement. But yes, a majority of the people, we had a consultant that came in and helped us run some reports on the last 3 years of our data. And they showed about, we'll say 2,500 households that run through our system every year, and about 2,000 of those self-resolve. Like, they come in, they go to shelter, we work with them, and then they They go on and we don't see them anymore. They may go into housing, they may move to another community, they may move in with family or friends, but they self-resolve. And so, yeah, a majority do, and it's that smaller number that ends up being the chronic homeless and the ones that we end up working with. Any more questions?
I just would encourage people to look at the point in time count, further details. They're on your website at United Way.
Yes.
But it does show you a breakdown that a majority of the individuals facing homelessness is 66% are men, and 75% are adults between the ages of 25 to 64. And it also has further demographic breakdown. So I highly encourage people to look at those numbers, the data that you guys collect.
For sure. Thank you, Mayor. This year, we received a grant from Healthy Blue and to do a specific thing, which is basically develop like a Zillow, if you will, like a landlord engagement software that we call Next Tenant. We just launched it in August, and the whole goal being that we have a place where case managers in the community can go and they can identify units that are available right now with landlords who will work with people who have barriers, we'll say. And so it's shown to be a very good benefit to the landlords because we also have a dedicated staff person who can step in and help mediate things should there be challenges with the tenant while they're in the housing before they rise to the level of eviction or property destruction or those kinds of things. To the point where we have some funds available that we can help make landlords right, if you will. We can cover rent in the periods of time when the units are empty, and we can also move tenants into other units and then backfill those empty units with new tenants. So it's a pretty neat thing. Like I said, just launched in August. We've already partnered. This slide says 27. Staff reported to me the other day, this is actually 39 now, with over 1,100, a portfolio of over 1,100 units listed. That doesn't mean there's 1,100 units available. Currently, at the time of this, I believe there are about 50 available. So and a lot of those are family homes. We talked about the need for families. There are units for families. Whether they can afford them or not is another story. But there are certainly housing. There's more housing options for families because Wichita was built around families than there are for single people. All right. So next, I'll talk a little bit about coordinated entry and housing navigation. This is how we move people through the system. We go out to the street outreach, we go into the shelters, we do an assessment, we put them on the by name list, and then they get referred for housing. This picture that you see on the screen is actually a picture of a meeting that is taking place right now over at the United Methodist Open Door. Every week, we have providers that meet together to do case conferencing. They talk about people by name and by need. This group here is talking about those experiencing that long-term homelessness. You can see, you don't know all of these staff, but there are staff from Humankind, the City of Wichita, Mental Health America, ICD Street Team, ComCare. I mean, all of the providers are there. This morning, we also had a meeting just like this over Teams for the veteran population, and we meet once a month for youth as well, transition age youth, and looking to add families online here in the near future. So what is coordinated entry? It's just a system that's designed to ensure that the most vulnerable people are the ones who are receiving the resources. We have limited dollars that come into our community for rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. We want to make sure that the person who's most likely to have something bad happen to them on the street or as a result of their homelessness are the ones that we serve first. So this is kind of how it works. You have access points. That can be a shelter, that can be street outreach. It can really be anywhere that someone is experiencing homelessness. We get calls all the time where someone will call and say, hey, there's a person, they're sleeping out in the alleyway behind my house. Is there anything y'all can do about that? We will deploy one of our housing navigators to go out and make contact with that person, check our system to see if they're on our by name list. If they're not, they will do the assessment, put them on the list. If they are, they will work with them on whatever the next steps are to move them towards housing. So we do access points, we do our assessment, by name list, and then we refer by need. So a referral and by name list, there are currently 1,190 people on the by name list. I'm already anticipating the question of why is that more than the 736 people on the point in time count, right? Because with our by name list, there is a 90-day inactivity period. The point in time count is just 1 day. That's just that 1 day. So if we took those 736 people and put them on the by name list that 1 day, they have 90 days of If they disappear, then after 90 days, they fall off. But we'll continue to be adding people to it over that course of that 90 days as more people come into homelessness. So that's kind of why there's a difference in numbers. You'll see that only 56 are individuals that are identified as having chronic homelessness via the timeline and the disabling condition. At this time, there are 33 veterans, 86 individuals over the age of 65, 59 transition age youth, and 96 families with minor children. So, yes, and the rest of all of those people are most likely single men, single women between ages 25 and 64, mostly men. So I already talked about weekly case conferencing, so I won't belabor that. Housing navigators is something that we added to the system a couple of years ago. We recognize this gap between the permanent housing resources that we have available and the people who are experiencing homelessness. We started it, at least at the United Way, as a pilot. I had one staff on our whole coordinated entry team, and her job was mostly working that by name list and the referral system, but we carved out time to send her over to United Methodist Open Door for about 10 hours a week, just to make contact with clients, to do an assessment, because we found that there were so many people that were just not on our by name list. They're at Open Door, they're out on the streets, the homeless outreach team knew them, they were working with them, but none of the assessments, none of the things that were needed to be done to put people on a list so that we can move them through the system into housing were taking place. So we sent over one staff, and our theory was proved correct, and she was able to get a lot of people onto the by name list quickly. So we expanded our team, and while I thought in the early days it was going to be primarily doing a lot around that by name list, why stop there? So they started working with people and moving them into housing. These are actually a couple of our navigators. You see they do it all. They do everything from connecting with someone on the street to making sure that they have the IDs that they need, to making sure that they are connected to all of the resources and benefits that they need. They help them find units, sign leases, move into housing, and then they walk alongside them while they're in housing to ensure that they don't fall back into homelessness. About a year and a half ago, we also started doing coordinated street outreach, because again, there's street outreach happening, and there are more needs that were identified than the street outreach providers individually could provide. So we started doing multidisciplinary street outreach on a bi-weekly basis, where all of the providers from the VA, from the Wichita Children's Home, the ICT Street Team, Humankind, United Way, City of Wichita, everybody coming together and then adding even more and going out in teams and going out into all of the encampments and providing services as a group to ensure that people are being served in a holistic manner. At least they're having some access to those services while we're doing that. We've connected with over 400 people in places not meant for habitation since that time. We did find that about a third, as we suspected, had no prior engagement with housing services. And we have housed directly from encampments 83 individuals directly from those unsheltered environments since we launched that work, which is about one a week. So consider that to be very successful and something that we would like to scale. Like we would like to see more of that. It's not that shelter's not important. We just recognize that there is a population of people who are just not, they're either not going to go to shelter or they're not going to be successful in shelter. And to just leave them out with no one serving them is a disservice. Now I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the Homeless Management Information System. I thought it more important to talk about our grant, our COC Notice of Funding Opportunity, because about a week ago, the federal government released our annual application for that $3 million that comes into our community. And as Councilman Hoheisel said, there were significant changes to this grant application. As I mentioned, we had traditionally served rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing. We found those programs to be pretty effective. 82% of the participants that went through these programs have remained housed for at least 2 years after receiving the housing subsidy. So I consider that to be pretty successful. This slide here just talks a little bit about the grant and how it's allocated. Currently, 52%, over half, goes directly to rental assistance, with another 22% to provide like the case management and other things that are needed to keep people in housing, and then the other 20% more administrative, HMIS, those kinds of things. So 52%, $1,683,000 going directly to rental assistance.
Is that based off like a federal formula? I know with some grants that you do have to have the supportive services or social workers to go along with it. So is this formula kind of cooked in the books, or is this something you have a little more, or had anyways, a little more leeway over?
We had the community, you know, is having the continuum of care, they make the decisions on how the dollars are allocated. And so it's considered a competition. We're in competition with all of the other communities across the nation. And so we have individual programs that submit kind of like their application for how they would use the money. Then there's a collaborative application of all of the programs and the continuum of care that submits the whole thing to HUD. And so while HUD gives some kind of general guidance, it's up to the community to decide how they want to allocate the funds. And so, but it is typically best practice that if you're going to provide the rental subsidy, that you need some form of case management to go along with it to ensure that people don't fall back into homelessness. That's the only way we get that 82% success rate. Without it, it would probably be much less, much lower.
Thank you.
All right, so this is the upcoming changes to the coalition grant, this and then probably some others. This year, the federal government put a cap, first of all. We're only guaranteed 30% of that $3 million that we typically get. That's all that they will guarantee. The rest of it is meant to be competitive. And so depending on how we write the application will depend on whether we get the full $3 million or if we get some portion thereof. I don't think we're going to have that low amount. I'm very, very confident that it will be significantly higher than that. But they did put a cap on only 30% of the funds requested can be for projects providing permanent housing. So, like I said, last year, 86% of funding was requested for permanent housing. There are currently about 300 people in what we call permanent supportive housing, which is where they receive ongoing case management because they are the chronically homeless with disabling conditions. If we can only fund 30%, we're at risk of almost all of those probably going back to homelessness if we can't figure out a path to move them on. The federal government, while they're allowing permanent supportive housing, they really want it to be reserved for the elderly and for those who are not able to work in any way. Instead, the coalition funding can now fund new transitional housing projects, street outreach, and standalone programs providing wraparound services such as workforce development, mental health services, and substance use. So the focus is on self-sufficiency. And I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice, but all transitional and permanent housing projects have extensive participation requirements. So if someone's going in transitional, they have a 40-hour-a-week service requirement that goes along with it. And so it's of concern. I mean, we see opportunities here, but I also see a lot of concerns and a lot of concerns about it.
When you say service requirement, is that people can volunteer?
It's programming, yeah, so volunteer can be part of it. Thank you. It's meant to be substance use, you know, looking for jobs, working, meeting with case manager, doing mental health treatment, all of those things. So I'm concerned because while I think that transitional is a good pathway, I think it's a good pathway for some, but not all. The beauty of Housing First was that, you know, you could put people in housing and then there wasn't the requirement. Many of them would take advantage of it, but sometimes it may take a little while just for them to kind of get acclimated to being housed again. Once they learn how to just self-care and live in a home, then they'll start engaging more. This is requiring it on the front end, which we think, well, statistics will show that there's going to be a high rate of people who are not able to be successful in transitional and will thus end up back out on the street because they're not able to pass the drug test, they're not fulfilling the work requirement or the service requirements and other things. All right, well, that's all the slides that I have. I do want to end with one story. I always like to end on a high note because that was kind of a downer. Just a little bit of the work in action. A few months back, while we were doing street outreach, our team encountered a family that was living under the bridge. There was a mom and a dad, and they had a transition age youth son who had autism, so he was like 21, 22, but he had severe autism. And so they did the assessment, they put him on the by name list, they did all the things. They said, we'll be back with you as soon as we have housing resources available. Because of the kid's autism, he was prioritized for housing. A week later, they went back out to look for the family, and they were gone. they had been moved on. A notice had been posted that they couldn't camp there and they had to leave. And so our staff put out an APB, to try to find this family so that we could provide the housing resource that was needed. It took about 2 weeks, but Officer Nate contacted our staff, said we found them. They were under another bridge where they were living. And so unfortunately, our staff was not able to get out immediately, so they contacted the City of Wichita Housing Department. And you all had a staff that was able to be deployed to go out to that bridge, to fill out the rapid rehousing paperwork that was needed. The family got into housing. Since that time, they have received SNAP benefits. They've got the son connected to both mental health care as well as physical health care, and they are doing very well. That is what our system looks like on a day-to-day basis. It shines light on a little bit of our challenges with a very transient population, as well as the hope that we're constantly trying to instill in the families that there is something available. If you'll just stick with us, we can get you there, as well as what can be accomplished once they're in housing. And I have many more stories like that, but I know we're short on time, so I will introduce Kenny Barker to come up and share a little bit about the veteran work.
All right. Thank you very much, Matt. Yes, my name is Kenny Barker. I am the Homeless Program Supervisor at the Robert J. Dole VA Medical Center. I'm excited to be here this morning. We do a lot at the VA, not just providing health care, but specifically for the population like the homeless veterans that we get to serve. I'm going to highlight just 3 of our main programs, but as you see here on the slide, we have lots of programs that serve the homeless population. And we serve over 60 counties in the state of Kansas. So the Wichita Sedgwick County COC is just one COC that we work with. We also work with the balance of state. And so we do a lot for our veteran population. We're happy to do it, and I've got a really awesome team. This morning I'm going to walk through kind of the successes and challenges we've had since we announced our initiative to try to reach functional zero for veteran homelessness. But like I said, I'm going to focus on the HUD-VASH program, our grant per diem program, and then the SSVF grantee programs. So I want to highlight initially the HUD-VASH program and how that partnership between the Housing Urban Development, that's Public Housing Authority, and the VA Supported Housing Program, that's our case management staff, our social workers, our nurses, our employment specialists, and how we wrap services around and get veterans engaged in that permanent supported housing program. First off, though, I'll highlight some of the numbers here that you see on the top right. Nationally, we had a goal of those who are initially vouchered to have them get into housing within 70 days. So from the day they get their voucher, the goal was to get them into housing within 70 days. Our region was just over that at 77 days, and the Dole VA reached that by 46 days. You might notice, a lot of slides, right? But there's a number that Matt shared about how we're getting our population into housing within 52 days of identification. So just kind of breaking down some of those numbers, we also have a goal with our outreach team and this was created through the efforts to reach functional zeros, to do street outreach. And when we do street outreach, we're not just handing socks and soups are great, blankets are wonderful, tents, you have your own opinions about it. But when we're looking at trying to get veterans into housing, we want to leverage the resources as quick as possible. And so we have a goal in the VA, not just the Wichita VA, big VA, to refer veterans to housing programs within 5 days. And so that 46 number shows that we're a high-performing community where we're identifying veterans who need housing in an unsheltered or sheltered environment, and we're getting them the resources they need, specifically HUD-VASH. And so this is a highlight for our community, highlight for what we're doing as a system, and it brings to bear the news, the good news that we had to share, that we're headed in the right direction. So as I continue kind of going down there, like I said, early identification of veterans by our HHV outreach team. Matt mentioned how we have 3 specific HHV outreach social workers. They're our street on the front lines, accessing resources for veterans. And one of the things that we've recognized is that we need to do a coordinated street outreach. This isn't just a siloed. When we go out and we work with the population, we're seeing veterans, but we're also seeing the community that needs support. And so we go together with Humankind, with United Way, and we go out together in teams to support those who are unsheltered. And we do those specific times and dates, but we'll go as many times as we can to get them the resources they need. So that coordinated effort also on the part of the Wichita Housing Authority, they've allowed us to, they sit in on meetings that we have at the VA, and they provide us with a lot of oversight and support as we're working with veterans who need to break through some of the barriers to get into housing. So some of those we talked about was expediting application process, making sure they quickly move through the system, and then completing some pre-inspections on units that we have that might be eligible for veterans to move into, and then also bringing on new landlords. They walk new landlords and get them vendored with the city so we can work through that system with them. Through this process, just specifically with the HUD-VASH program, we've learned kind of some new innovative practices that really work on keeping veterans housed. You know, we talk about veterans and recidivism rate, not just veterans, but when you get in permanent housing and we want to keep them in housing, right? So the national average is around 10%. Last I looked, actually, it's 13% for recidivism, those who are in permanent housing. So it's kind of been increasing slowly. Our VA and the veterans that we serve, the recidivism rate is under 5%. So once they're getting into housing, we're doing our best to keep them housed. We've also recognized that there's a need for just new life. We bring in new partners that are part of this initiative. And so when we highlight that we're moving towards functional zero, people want to know what we're up to. And so a national agency called Tunnels to Towers heard about our initiative, and so they gave us a call and said, we want to bring you online to make sure that we're giving deposits, upfront rental assistance, and access to resources specifically for HUD-VASH veterans. And so that was an opportunity for my team to get trained, because it's a case management referral process only. So the case managers refer, so they can do double deposits, they can do tenant incentives, they can do a lot of things for those HUD-VASH veterans. So that's a great agency that we've been leveraging it for our community, for our veterans. It's a really awesome endeavor that we're working on. And then CanVets, they're a huge partner of ours that they've, the last 3 years, they've spent over $30,000 specifically to keep veterans into housing. And they've been working through that by name list with us and partnering with us really closely. So we're really happy to have them on. There's tons that I could bring up as well that are just kind of brought to bear, but those are two I wanted to highlight this morning. We've also have some new innovative practices, the mobile DMV clinic. We have the Department of Revenue comes on site at the VA to provide ID assistance that free of charge for veterans to get their state ID, whether it's just an identification or actual driver's license. And so we've been doing that. We've had really good success with that over the last 3 years. And the municipal IDs, just that came online, you can't get into housing, you can't get into these programs without identification. And so that's that opportunity to get for municipal aids for them to get identification and get things moving forward. And our Veteran Benefits Office does a great job of getting veterans through the pipeline of getting service connected. We can work with them on their claims quicker once they get identification that they're working with us in our program. So that's also a huge highlight for us. And lastly, Matt had mentioned it. It can't be mentioned enough. Case conferencing is a national best practice. In fact, this morning I have a VA that's twice the size of our VA that's sitting in on our meeting to see how they can replicate what we've been doing in our case conferencing. And it's not just led by the VA, it's not just the United Way. We have 9+ agencies working together with over 40 different providers walking through, and it's like clock. I mean, it's just a really good dance. You know, it really works out really well. There's challenges. We kind of work through the process of getting through coordinated entry for veterans getting access to those resources, but it's a great process, and it's something, like I said, is nationally recognized. We've also added to that process a disruptive case management meeting that we meet weekly to make sure that recidivism number stays low. So a couple things that have been going on, both locally and nationally. The Functional Zero Initiative has brought a lot of focus, and we've kind of been ahead of the game when it comes to oversight and standardization. So we hear that a lot in the federal government. We want to make sure that the federal dollars that are being spent for resources like a vulnerable population, like veteran homelessness, that they're allocated properly and that programs are being run effectively and efficiently. And so one of the things that had happened recently within the last year is our SSVF grantee program. They provide rapid rehousing, shallow subsidies, and homeless prevention dollars to our community. And so over the last several years, we've been working together with multiple agencies. Due to the oversight and standardization process that we've been going through, we now work with one specific agency that is a high-performing agency, and they received all the federal funding for our Wichita Sedgwick County continuum of care in our community, so we can leverage those dollars, and that money is allocated specifically for veterans that are in need of it. And so it's a huge award, and we're excited to get the things rolling that started October 1 this new fiscal year. And we've been working with that agency very closely, doing everything we can to rapidly move veterans off our by name list and into housing with those federal dollars.
Which agency?
That's the Catholic Charities. Yeah.
This is a one-time grant?
This is a recurring grant. It's awarded through the VA, but it's not. It's the funding is actually goes to those agencies, and they use it for those programs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then lastly, for me, we've got the grant per diem, transitional housing, and they also have per diem only. It's a federal grant that provides transitional housing specifically for veterans who are both healthcare eligible and non-healthcare eligible. So we serve veterans who may have an uncharacterized discharge on their D-214 and get them access to some of our housing programs specifically, but they can't enter into our shelter that's contracted with Mental Health Association. So we have an opportunity as a community to not to just shelter veterans, but to provide them with transitional housing, to move them through that continuum that we've been talking about into permanent housing. And so it's a great opportunity. The notice of funding opportunity will be live in our community starting in December. And so we're looking for applicants. In fact, nationwide, they expect over 600 different applicants for the federal funding. And this came about because of the oversight and standardization that's happened, again, nationwide. So we're reallocating funding to those high-performing agencies that are interested in doing things like reaching functional zero for veteran homelessness. And so we as a community are highlighting that as we're working towards that. So that's going to go a long ways into getting those dollars into our community, because we're already ahead of the game. There's several communities that are just starting. That philosophical change hasn't even shifted in their minds, in their agencies. And so we're way ahead of the game and look forward to getting some dollars into our community, some support for our veterans. Yes.
Kenny, can you address, I think a lot of folks may not still understand the difference between emergency sheltering to transitional housing, and can you talk just about the transitional housing and why it's been so successful?
Yeah, definitely. So from the VA side, we have emergency shelter. The contracted shelter that we operate, it's a 30 to 90 day shelter. So you're working quickly on getting them to their next step in their housing journey. And so it's very time limited. You want to make sure they're on a housing plan, and the stress is to move quickly through the system. And I'm glad you brought that up, because my case example I'll kind of go through next really highlights how there are some that we want to take not a pause on, but strategically work with them to help them get access to the resources and services, whether it's medical care, mental health care, or just it's going to be a longer, slower process. And so the urgency that we have as a community to get specifically for veterans into housing quickly, we want to get them to housing and have them stay in housing. So transitional housing is an opportunity for them to stay for a longer period of time. It's anywhere from 12 to 48 months for this project specifically. And so the identification, or the work that they're doing in that transitional housing model is getting things like a payee, maybe getting more identification. There's a lower barrier so that maybe it takes them longer to get their birth certificate. So some of that just can take a long time. Maybe they're waiting for surgery, and so getting them into permanent housing while they're alone isn't the best step for them in their housing journey. And so we use transitional housing strategically for those individuals who need it. And that's how that coordinated entry process works, that you have the list of resources available, and the community works off that list of resources to leverage those resources specifically for veterans, in our case, who need those different resources. So happy to elaborate if I need to go further. Okay, lastly, just want to give a kind of an example of a snapshot of what this actually looks like for a veteran that we're serving today. we identified a 74-year-old Vietnam-era veteran who had significant health barriers. In fact, he was picked up with a trespassing charge and placed in our Sedgwick County Jail in November of last year. And so I actually have, we have great staff members throughout the VA. One of them is a veteran justice outreach worker who goes into our jails and identifies veterans who not only have legal issues, but also housing insecurity and need to access our services. So he then moved that veteran quickly out of incarceration and into our veteran shelter. And so from there, we quickly moved him out of shelter to find access to programs and supports. We recognized at the time that he needed more family support who were out of town. And so we worked with that family to have them become a temporary guardian and a payee conservator for that veteran so that we can get him the medical care he needed and have him on a path to get into housing. Well, in April of last year, or April of this year, he was placed into transitional housing. And so that was an opportunity for him to get all those services he needed, make sure his finances were in alignment, and make sure he's getting into medical care. Those were our plans for this veteran. He had other plans. He kind of used his housing as a resource. That oftentimes happens for not just veterans, but those who have experienced homelessness. And so his time in the transitional housing program was short. And in fact, we're so grateful that we had a resource in Second Light where that veteran felt comfortable not staying on the streets, not picking up more legal charges, but actually finding a place to rest his head at night so that he wasn't being exploited by our other community members. So we worked diligently with that veteran to get him, he went from transitional housing to Second Light and into a permanent guardian placement where he now resides in a hotel and while he's waiting for a long-term care placement. So all this kind of sounds like maybe not a success. This is what this looks like is how you work in a system that works together, because this veteran touched not just the VA, they touched Second Light, United Way, and multiple different programs along the way. This is what it looks like. It kind of feels messy at times, but what you need is a ecosystem that works just for the specific population that we're working with. It's not a hammer and nail scenario. We got to work as these individuals need our support. We're going to work with them all along the way. So that's all I've got. Thank you very much. Next up, I have Dan Clifford with Second Light.
Good morning. I'm being joined by James Roberts with Wichita State's Public Policy and Management Center. James and the PPMC have been integral parts of Second Light since before its inception. So today we're going to talk about Second Light operations, we're going to talk about construction, financials, and where we're headed as an organization. But before we begin, I want to tell a story of one individual that came to Second Light earlier this year. So this individual receives mental health services in our community. During high school, they lost a parent. Moved in with a family member, actually lost that family member as well, and throughout that loss really struggled to cope, turned to substances. Quickly spiraled out of control. They moved in with another family member, and that family member had young children in the home. And rather than expose those young children to his substance use, they elected to become homeless. And they were homeless for a number of years. They came to Second Light earlier this year, and I'm really happy to announce that they're using the Housing First program, and they moved into their first apartment yesterday. So that's the story of Second Light. You come to Second Light, you receive services, and you get housed. So what is our role? Our role in the community, we are a bridge between crisis and stability. So we are part of a community response to homelessness, and we offer that catalyst for healing and housing. And again, we're just a collaborative partner in a system-wide response. So we have so many partners that offer services. From Humankind, that is our shelter operator, to the Lord's Diner that provides 12 meals a week in in-kind donation. We have our FQHCs that provide medical services. We have ComCare, Mental Health America, and SAC that offer mental health and substance use services. And we want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of our partners for the work they do every single day at Second Light. Without our partners, the Second Light model would not be effective. So a quick note about our timeline. So the building was acquired in September of 2024, Park Elementary School. The emergency winter shelter opened up this time last year. MacBoard, or Second Light, became the managing operator in April of this year. The building design was complete and construction began in July. So we're still going through construction. We started our Shelter Plus Services program in August, and we anticipate construction to be done in early 2025. Or excuse me, early 2026. So a construction update. So the women's shelter space opened up on October 11th. We're really pleased with how that turned out. You can see in our picture, we elected to have 7-foot walls separating the bunks because we put a premium on dignity and privacy for all of our guests. And we're excited to announce that actually 2 weeks ahead of schedule, we're opening up the men's shelter sleep space on December 5th. So we have, working on our bathrooms, we'll have 11 shower stalls for men and 5 shower stalls for women. We have our north wall built north of the campus. That wall will actually extend south along Main Street and offering a very good campus feel for our environment. Some accomplishments as of October 1st. So since we started our Shelter Plus Services program, we've served almost 400 individuals at Second Light. A point that's worth noting is that 120 of those guests were over the age of 55. So we are seeing a significant older adult population at Second Light that requires a unique response. We're partnering with the county to come in and offer services to this population. We have 16 organizations that have signed agreements to provide services at Second Light. And within those organizations, almost 200 individual providers are coming in and offering services to our Second Light guests. Those services range from mental health, substance abuse support, medical, housing, and others. Shifting to our financials. So our 6-month spending as of September 30th is a little over $1.6 million. Our monthly spend has varied, as you can imagine, as we are working with construction and finalizing what our operational model is going to look like. But we're looking at about $270,000 a month of expenses. And our estimated spend by the end of 2025 is about $2.4 million. Looking at our estimated budget for 2026, that is about $3.5 million. If you do the math, that's a little more than $270,000 a month. That's because we need to increase our operational capacity at Second Light. Additionally, this does not account for in-kind services such as meals, IT, and medical services, which would add about another $500,000 in in-kind donations. We anticipate the ARPA investment end date to go through September of next year. And really, funding beyond ARPA, we anticipate some level of public-private partnership. So a note about our Shelter Plus Services program. So Shelter Plus Services is this holistic and wraparound service to set every individual in Second Light on a path to housing. And we do that through a process using evidence-based screening tools where we identify risk in an individual. We connect that individual to resources to help mitigate that risk, and then we work to put them on a path to housing. We are partnering with Mental Health America to provide 3 case managers to work exclusively with our Shelter Plus Services guests to put every individual on that path to housing. So some pictures of what the facility is looking like, currently under construction. We have consult rooms for mental health and substance use services. We wanted to have private spaces for those sensitive conversations. So we have 4 individual consult rooms and 2 group rooms that we can utilize for these conversations. We also have additional provider spaces for connection. We're going to put some cubicles in these rooms and have less sensitive conversations and look at things like municipal IDs, housing case management, and having those conversations in these spaces. And this is all on the first floor of that provider space. So defining success. Because we are ARPA funded, we want to make sure we are building in metrics to track the work that we are doing. So within every MOU, we are requiring partner reporting. So we're tracking monthly and quarterly impact, number of unduplicated clients, number of encounters. We're looking at the demographics of our individuals served. And of course, with our case management services coming online in the next few months, We're going to be collecting a lot of really good data that's going to tell the story of Second Light and how we put everyone on a path to housing. So communication, we want to keep all of our stakeholders updated. So we have regular neighborhood meetings where we update folks on operations, on construction, on what to expect moving forward. We hear their feedback and concerns. We try to mitigate those concerns through changes in our operations. We have a lot of guest communication. We send out regular communication. We collect monthly guest feedback about folks' experience at Second Light. And also we have a monthly guest advisory board where guests have access to me to offer their feedback about their experience, and we learn what we can do to be more effective and more efficient in offering services at Second Light. We also provide quarterly community updates and stakeholder updates as needed. So emergency winter shelter. We are launching emergency winter shelter from December 1st through March 15th. We're actually opening it up a little bit earlier this year because we have some cold weather coming in this week. We'll provide an update on that. Right now, we are open the 26th, 27th, and 28th, and we'll likely open up for just the rest of the month moving forward and open up winter shelter a little earlier. Because the men's sleeping space is becoming open sooner on December 5th, we actually anticipate regaining the gym for that additional sleeping area very soon in December, and we'll have a total capacity of 295 individuals. So that's 170 folks in our Shelter Plus Services program, and then 125 available for our emergency winter shelter. For some context, on our coldest night last year, we never saw more than 275 individuals at Second Light. We are also partnering with Union Rescue Mission for them to serve as an overflow for us, and they are increasing their night-by-night capacity from 40 to 90. So we have a community response for cold weather this year. All of our guests will have access to meals, showers, and services. We do have a curfew at 11 p.m., but law enforcement can bring in folks afterwards. And of course, if there's someone outside our door and it's cold out, we will always let them in. So I want to talk about our role in the community, and really we've heard about this continuum of care. And Second Light really exists in this first part of the response to homelessness as a continuum in that emergency shelter space, where we offer these resources and services in that shelter capacity. But really there's all these steps that come afterwards that are needed for a successful continuum of care and a system-wide response to homelessness. So Second Light really serves as that first step and many parts of a system-wide response to homelessness, that emergency shelter component. And talking about our service population, folks that are experiencing homelessness typically fall into one of three categories. Those that are housing insecure, they're experiencing some light barriers. Those that are experiencing more significant barriers, they might need a comprehensive coordinated response in order to be successfully housed, and then those with severe complex needs. Second Light is uniquely situated to serve really those first two populations, those that are housing insecure that require that light touch. They will likely become stable very quickly, and then we'll likely never see them again at Second Light because they will be launched and successful. Those that are experiencing barriers that need that wraparound holistic care, maybe have mental health or substance use issues that need to be addressed, help stabilize and support those individuals, put them on a path to housing. And we will serve anyone that comes in our door, but really we are not well equipped to serve those with that high level of complex needs. Our community is working on responses and a strategy to serve that subpopulation of individuals that are experiencing homelessness. And finally, I want to just make a note of our role in the community. We've heard Matt talk about from the coalition, and really at the center of our community's response to homelessness is the Coalition to End Homelessness. We have our shelters offering services, and then a variety of partners that are in this ecosystem providing services to this population. So again, it's a community effort. Second Light is one part of the response to homelessness in our community.
Dan, great job. Can I ask a quick question?
Of course.
Just because of my background, and I'm super curious. So for complex needs, having not just here's a card and a referral, but a touch and making sure that there's a warm handoff, if you will. I know we're short on time, but just can you maybe give an example of, do you have a process set up, or do you have resources, some sort of procedure? How are you going to do that for the folks that have those more complex needs and aren't going to go through the system pretty quickly, as you mentioned much better than I am?
Sure, so I think really our operations are being rolled out in 2 phases. The first phase is focusing on the primary factors that influence homelessness. That's gonna be medical care, mental health, and substance use. So we have those partners in the building, and we expect anyone that comes in that would screen positive for needing those services will get that touch and get that service. And then really comes the care coordination. If we feel like folks are gonna be a better fit for another resource in our community, we wanna connect them to that resource. An example, we had a veteran come in a couple months ago and very quickly responded to the VA. They had someone out that day, and they recognized that, you know, Second Light is a good resource, but not the best resource for a veteran experiencing homelessness, so they moved them into Emporia House. Another example, we had an 18-year-old female that came to the shelter, recognized really quickly that we could serve her, but that Wichita Children's Home was a much better fit for her and her needs, so we transitioned her to that. So it's really about identifying what are the risk factors, what population do they belong to, and then what resource in the community is best utilized to serve that individual.
I wonder if I could interrupt for just a second. James, you may want to talk about, there's some discussion about how do you put a program together for that 10% that are seriously, are the most serious cases, the most chronic, and I believe there's going to be some work that will be funded by the county to help look for solutions. Is that right, James?
Sure. Manager. What you're referring to is, and was work that ran parallel to and came from the homelessness task force over the last 3 years. Persons in this room and some of the providers who have already spoken were part of examining and looking at what is the network of care and response that's needed for folks facing these most complex needs. And so really what that 18-month process resulted in was an understanding that there's a homeless service network, there's a set of service providers, there's a shelter service, but there's an additional step that's needed. And so as the manager referenced, there's some ongoing work from a number of stakeholders to try and identify what does that network really look like and what does that support system look like.
Great, thank you for the great answer, and thanks to Steve, James, Dan, Matt, and Kenny. Great job so far.
Nope. Sorry, I have one more. I apologize. Can you go back to the Second Light's role in the community? There we go. Thank you very much. I think it's important to note, I really appreciate, for full disclosure, Councilmember Ballard and I are both members, board members of Second Light. And so we understand this ecosystem and very much appreciate Dan and PPMC for the leadership regarding Second Light, formerly known as Multi-Agency Center, MAC. My question is about triage. So would it be safe to say that Second Light can be that triage that then would refer people to the other resources in the community? As you just mentioned, those 2 examples of a young lady at the age of 18 considered an adult. However, we do have Wichita Children's Home, specifically they have a homeless team for youth between the ages up to 24, I believe. And so can you talk about the triaging that Second Light really is there for, as we try to provide a resource for community when they say, we want to help out with homelessness, where should we plug in first? Would Second Light be that plug-in first?
Sure, well, that's a great question. So somewhat of the challenge we're facing right now is the limitations on space due to construction. We anticipate construction largely being done by mid-December, with the follow-up being done by March. So we haven't had a space where we can have daytime visitors at Second Light. Right now, we're considering sort of the suspension of normal operations as we respond to the winter weather. And so our emergency winter shelter is a crisis emergency response to our community. So once emergency winter shelter concludes at the mid-March or so, weather dependent of course, we'll be able to turn online our daytime services. And really, we're still in the process of developing what those operations are going to look like. Again, focusing on medical, mental health, substance use being that first phase, with the second phase being things like workforce development, training like that. So we want to have kind of a multi-phase rollout of operations at Second Light, and I do believe daytime services would be an appropriate place to triage someone in our community and connect them to those resources. I will turn it over to Steve Bird at the city.
Okay, are we ready for the rapid fire round? This is the city's involvement, the presentation. So there's a little bit of rapid fire here, and I promise that if it gets too complicated, I'll have to ask Sally up here to answer some questions. Sort of an overview slide. And, you know, I know this is illegible. I'm very clear that this is illegible, but this is the 10 years of data that has been called out of the city's investment in homelessness services over the last 10 years. You have this slide. We can certainly provide this spreadsheet to you later, but this is a quick review of at least the last 7 years. Last year's commitment of the city of Wichita towards homelessness services, and I'm going to break down this number of 33,411,809 in the slides that follow. But that's the commitment 24-25. So this is where that 33,411,809 is coming from. Community Development Block Grant, Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG CARES Act, the Public Housing Authority, and that investment I'll detail a little bit later, and that is in the specialty vouchers for people coming from homelessness. The other funding, which includes Housing First, the county, general fund, Department of Justice, and the Project Hope stuff, and then the Public Housing Authority investments, and that's the reinvestment of the sales of public housing units. The investment in Park Elementary, there's the budget over on the left. It totals $14,537,125. The original idea behind Park Elementary was to reduce barriers for unsheltered households. Second Light was envisioned to be a one-stop congregation of all service providers who can quickly resolve the household's homelessness by connecting them to rapid resolution, housing, and other social services. Adding in 24-hour low barrier year-round shelter for those that need that service fills a gap in our community that didn't previously exist if we haven't already said that. The investment in Project 3. Project 3, yet unnamed. We're taking suggestions at the feedback box. This is the 3-story building that is being built and designed currently behind Park Elementary School. The first floor is 25 units of non-congregate shelter, and then you've got 2 floors, 25 units each on floors 2 and 3 that are small units meant to be permanent supportive housing for those people. The idea here is that we have the continuum happening. We've got night-by-night shelter at Second Light. We've got entry-exit shelter at Second Light. We move into non-congregate shelter in the building behind, and then we move upstairs. The idea being that we've created this flow of individuals who are meeting the housing plan requirements and moving on to the next step, with the idea that they're not going to want to be here forever either. We built those units to be small and compact, and hopefully that they will move on to something else elsewhere in the community once they've spent their time here. The number of program participants that have been accessing specific delivery of Wichita services include in the HCB programs, those specialty vouchers I'll break down a little bit later, but in homeless preference, foster youth to independence, the Veterans Administrative Supportive Housing, 1,312. We've got about 49 folks that ran through our rapid rehousing program in the last year. Housing First served 94 folks, and our Outreach and Services Only program, which is the remnants of some of the Project Hope folks, as well as our new Wichita Unhoused Resource Coordinator. They've touched 175 individuals in the last, they've touched them in the last year. This is a breakdown of the programs currently delivered out of the Department of Housing and Community Services. Our direct to housing, tenant-based rental assistance, I'll talk about each of these on their individual slides, but that's why I called it the rapid fire round. The need for direct to housing strategies. Now, we've talked about shelter, we've talked about permanent housing projects, including RAPID and PSH. But we also need to create a pathway, and that's going to be my next couple of slides, for people to be housed directly out of either encampments or out of other places not meant for human habitation. Not everybody's going to go to shelter, and there are various reasons for that. They're not all bad. You've got folks that can't be with their partner, and there's no room in a family shelter. You've got folks with animals. There's a lot of people who are unsheltered who are with animals. It might be traumatic for them to be in a congregate space. They can't bring all of their things. They're going to lose their things. They're going to lose their space. Their tent's going to get disposed of. All of those things that create a trouble for them when they're just merely trying to survive. And then some just struggle with the autonomy and the rules and following the structure when they have not had any of that. And they haven't transitioned to it. This is a complicated slide because at the end of the day, the bottom right-hand corner is the goal. And how we get to the goal can take so many different pathways. The traditional pathway that one would think of is that you're going to be communicated with by a street outreach worker, you're going to go to shelter, you're going to go to some sort of transitional housing project, you're going to go to some sort of rapid rehousing, you're going to transition to permanent supportive housing, you're going to go to HCV. But at the end of the day, if we don't have all the pathways that respect the human experience, then we're going to have an increase in either unsheltered homelessness or sheltered homelessness. We create log jams if we throw all of our resources into one pot. So this presents that pathway. It's a little bit messy because it didn't originally look like this. I was the one that put in the self-sufficiency over in the right-hand corner. We do have a lot of people who access shelter. They go into permanent supportive housing or rapid rehousing, and then we do also transition them to the Section 8 HCV voucher. Some of them stay there for a while, and those are the people who are meant to be there. They have disability income, and they're never going to be able to work again, and perhaps that they belong there. But if there are people who are employable, we certainly want to get them down to that right-hand corner, and through this process somewhere, they're going to find employment, they're going to start generating income, and they're going to be able to start generating their own resources to pay their rent. Now, our home tenant-based rental assistance program is home funded. It's not a traditional funding source. And this is a new program that we are just now bringing online, intended to create a rental resource, a rental assistance program for people coming out of directly unshelteredness. Although we will also apply this to people who are rapid resolving out of second light entry-exit shelter. It's a rapid rehousing source. It's not permanent. It's designed to get them quickly housed, get a roof over their heads so that we can do the rest of the work. This is a payment resource for our community providers to house their clients, and the provider will contribute their case management. Ongoing housing acuity assessments will determine the appropriate level of that case management. It will also determine when and what the next step for them will be. We're going to apply an objective process. That housing acuity assessment is just now coming online. If ongoing support is deemed necessary, the client will be referred back for a different housing resource, but will stay in the loop, not unlike the loop that Kenny demonstrated, right? When one source taps out or ends or is no longer appropriate, we need to be able to move them to the next resource. We're going to be targeting home tenant-based rental assistance to people in encampments and for rapid resolution for people at Second Light. However, due to a shortage of community-based case management, those with low to moderate case management needs will be prioritized for this. Project Hope. Many of you are familiar with Project Hope. Project Hope was funded by the United States Department of Justice. The initiative identified a specific geographic area that is known for high levels of serious and violent crime. All activities focused both attention and project resources on the targeted portion of downtown Wichita with focus on specific crime hotspots. The question was, what happens to crime rates in a specific targeted area if we end homelessness for the individuals present in that area? What this did, though, and this is the really cool part of this, it implemented something that was relatively new to our community at the time and is now a little bit more standard operating practice. It was the implementation of a care coordination team. This model now continues in our community. It was a professional housing specialist, a social work intern, we currently have 3 on our floor now, and a peer recovery specialist, somebody with lived experience in homelessness, substance abuse, mental health, or a combination of all of those things, right? Like you just are able to connect with somebody who you've experienced similar things. There was also a public education campaign built into this Project Hope process, and that included the community resource fairs that brought providers and consumers together, inside, outside, wherever it was. We were meeting the clients where they were at. It also generated Hope in the Heartland, the feature-length film that brought attention to the challenges our community faces. That documentary was awarded a 2025 Heartland Emmy Award. To wrap that up, the Project Hope data, we have a draft of the final report that we will be happy to share with council following the completion of that report.
Steve, couple questions on that. So it's supposed to end by the end of this year, is that correct?
Project Hope technically ended funding on 9/30.
9/30, okay.
And we're now just working on getting the final report in data.
I'm very interested in that data. In addition, first I want to go back a little bit. Care coordination teams. So these 3-people teams, how are they deployed? When are they deployed? How often are they deployed?
Right now, we are focusing those teams on the folks that we housed with the Project Housing Resources to make sure that we keep them housed. That's their primary mission now. We don't actually have much funding into our department to do street outreach and to reach out to those. And I'll get to the Wichita Unhoused Resource Coordinator program somewhat separately that does create a little bit of that. But these teams now are currently working diligently to keep those people housed, which is no small effort.
One quick question. So you had talked about we don't really have the funds currently for the street outreach team. Continuum Care talked about that a majority of their funds have to be spent on street outreach now. Is that correct?
Yes. I've put together a model, and of course, this is all happening in real time, and so I'm saying this with a little bit of trepidation, actually, but I am transparent. I'm working on putting together that clutch model that is street outreach to housing navigation, to housing stabilization, and then long-term supports using the COC resources. I've crafted a little bit of a budget. At the end of the day, whether that funding comes from the COC or we need to generate it some other way, it is a big missing piece in our community to do that overlay. We can house people all day long, but we have a 25% returns to homelessness rate, which is essentially when we house somebody, they fail to stay in that unit for 2 years or more, and that's the successful benchmark. We're working on, and I have another program that I'm doing a little bit of a pilot on to see if we can't reduce that number.
Going back to that 25%, again, congratulations to the folks that did the film. However, I do remember that the individual that they featured did not stay housed. Do you have an update?
That person is housed today.
So she got housed in the film, became unhoused again, but then is now rehoused?
Correct.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
No small effort. And we continue to work with our teams to help those that we have housed who have complex needs stay housed. Wichita Sedgwick County Housing First program. It's our permanent supportive housing program, and it provides rent, utility assistance, and case management to place chronically homeless persons in rental housing. It was created in 2014 as one of 5 recommendations of the 2014 and 2015 Homelessness Task Force. It's funded 50-50 by the City of Wichita and Sedgwick County until 2025, when we were able to apply for and receive COC funds to add to that, which expanded the housing capacity in case management. Our Emergency Solutions Grant pays for 2 programs right now that we're doing internally, among other things out into the community. Our ESG Rapid Rehousing Resource provides short-term rent utility assistance for homeless persons. It can pay for security deposit, 2 months of rent, utility deposits. It's for up to 6 months of utility arrears, and while maximum amount isn't determined, it is intended to end their homelessness, so that kind of frees us up to spend the money it takes to do that within a short amount of time. This is not a huge amount of resources. Our ESG homelessness prevention, this is where I talked about my goal here, because we have these funds to do it. It's not a large amount of money, but we're applying it and targeting it towards people who are currently housed, who have been homeless in the prior 24 months, with the goal of positively impacting that 25% returns to homelessness. If we focus on people who are starting to struggle, who have an eviction notice, who have a threat of eviction from their landlord, but they were previously homeless, we're going to do what it takes by paying rental arrears, rental application fees, utility payments to get them right so that they don't fall back into homelessness. That way we may be able to affect positively our community-wide metric of 25% returns to homelessness, which interestingly is factored into our COC application in that federal competition level. The studios at Humankind are on this slide because we will remind you that in the program year 2021, the City of Wichita allocated $2 million received from the county's CARES funds and $2,062,100 from the city's Community Development Block Grant CARES Act funding to Humankind Ministries towards the construction and renovation of the former 316 hotel. That over $4 million in funding went towards the creation of 54 affordable housing units, specifically aimed at supporting those living in homelessness. To be eligible, you must be referred from one of our homeless service providers. They have an on-site case management.
Real quick on this one, do we have an average stay of a person who's going through the inn?
Looking to Sally. We can get that for you.
Okay, and do you know if there are any openings there currently?
I do believe they've got a little bit of a few openings here and there.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, that's not considered transitional housing, correct?
No, it's considered permanent supportive housing, with the hopes that they will move on to, and I'm being careful not to use the word transition, move on to something else so that they may create a space for somebody else newly coming out of homelessness. The minute we start putting people and keeping people and not case managing them onto the next resource, we create log jams, not only in shelters, but in our transitional housing programs and our permanent supportive housing programs. So that workflow through that I showed you on an earlier slide, we've been really diligent in our department. I'm going to come back to this and start talking about it on this slide, to allow access to our homeless service providers to move people from their permanent supportive housing programs, like at the studios, onto vouchers and out into the general market. That started here.
Can I ask a
Yeah.
question back to the studios? I really appreciate Councilmember Hoheisel's question about the average stay. The sense of urgency that you just mentioned about the log jam, that I understand everyone's different and some might need to stay longer and might need further assistance. What is the sense of urgency in really trying to encourage people to move on to the next resource, or how do you elevate? I guess I'm asking this question because Union Rescue Mission has their launching programs, and their motto is really launching people, launching men. And so there is a sense of urgency. Can you address the sense of urgency in moving people so that there is no logjam?
We've been working diligently over the last year to create that sense of urgency, to remind our community partners that if all of your beds are full, then you're not creating a new resource for somebody coming out of homelessness. If I were to describe the community's sense of urgency in the PSH programs and the rapid rehousing programs, I would suggest that it probably could use a little bit of a push. I will talk about that a little bit on this slide, because at the end of the day, the Public Housing Authority and through the Housing Choice Voucher Program has intended to create these processes for people to move on out of whatever project they're in. So in 2020, as you know, the Housing Authority may assign preference points to households, and you guys see this as the Housing Board, and you have allowed all of this to happen, which is really wonderful. In 2020, up to 10% of all of the vouchers may be issued for households coming from homelessness. In 2024, you all changed that to 15% of all vouchers may be issued for households coming from homelessness. And these are people specifically coming either directly from unsheltered or shelter, or from one of the rapids or one of the permanent supportive housing programs. And then you just approved moving that up to 20% and changing the name from HPPs, which stands for Homeless Preference Program, to Limited Referral-Based Preference Vouchers, and also includes the caveat of individuals coming from criminal justice reentry programming. And I've met with Union Rescue Mission, and I also will address another number on the last slide, because I used to run a prisoner reentry program. And if we're not addressing the needs of that population, then we are risking actual inflow coming from into the homeless system from the criminal justice system. And we have to cut that off in some ways. And so we'll talk a little bit about that investment here moving forward. Just because I thought you'd ask, our housing choice vouchers under contract as of 11/1 is 2767. The homeless preference amount to 356 of those, which put us at 14.14%, with the strategy that we need to bump it up. We need to bump it up to 20 because we're about to hit 15. So the idea that we have this option, this opportunity for people who really need the ongoing rental assistance, have it in our community, has been a really big push of our Housing Authority and the Housing Authority Board.
Are we expecting these vouchers to remain steady? I know there was some talk with some expectations of Congress.
We just don't know what's going to happen, so we're playing it conservatively while we sort of wait and see. At this point, though, we are still pulling, particularly HPV vouchers and a few others. We're pulling them, we're keeping up with them on a weekly basis. So at the moment, the resource exists.
Okay. And then if we go to it, I can't remember correctly, the House bill had a 46% cut, and the Senate bill a 17% cut to housing vouchers. So we're planning on something maybe in between, maybe a 25% cut at this time?
Yes.
When we're facing these challenges?
We're taking a wait and see and cautiously optimistic, although planning for anything that may come.
All right, thank you.
These are the subsects of our Housing Choice Voucher Program. The Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing is the collaboration between HUD and VA. And we're so thankful for this partnership. We're working with the VA. We are at every one of these phone calls. We're at case conferencing. We're at the disruptive case conferencing. When we hear about somebody potentially losing their housing, we reach out to the VA, they reach out to us, and we figure out the common solution that can keep them in their housing. Our Foster Youth to Independence program is for those 18 to 24-year-olds who have exited foster care. And that is a partnership with Child and Family Services. And then the emergency housing vouchers, HUD provided those housing choice vouchers. We're no longer issuing those, but they remain on the street. And that program will expire on 12/31, although we have a plan in place to move them to other vouchers.
I was going to say Congress cut that one as well.
Correct. We have a plan to move them to other vouchers.
They cut the emergency housing vouchers.
And it came along during the height of COVID too. So, you know, it's been a minute.
Okay, thank you.
There's 80-something folks on that voucher right now. Counting the interactions, we've provided 687 case management visits, encampment visits 132, home visits 388. We've done 2,222 annual assessments and some other stuff for a total of 3,506. This number, of course, is deflated because we transitioned our homeless management information system, which I was a part of before I came over here. And those services and some of that data didn't come forward into the new system. So that's a lot of the asterisk data is from 12/10/2024. So this number will be going up as we capture better data. Not better, more data. These are where the folks from homelessness that entered all of those various programs that you saw before. If I run a number, I see that 71% of them came from emergency shelter and 11% of them came from places not meant for human habitation. Current state, as I come to sort of an overarching wide conclusion, some of these numbers you saw before in an earlier slide from Matt. There are currently 1,190 people on the by name list, 56 identify as long-term, 33 veterans, 86 individuals over the age of 65, 59 transition-aged youth, 96 families with minor children. And KDOC told me in a meeting on 11/12 that there may be up to 86 unsheltered parolees and probationers in Wichita. And that is something I'm going to dig into because with the leverage of a parole officer, with the leverage of a court, with the leverage of the criminal justice system, I feel like we can make some movement on that number. Homelessness in our community is a crisis. Making these investments are setting our community up for success. In addition to the Second Light campus that fills a gap of one-stop services, which also applies a proper housing-focused strategy, the campus's primary responsibility should be to triage all folks entering homelessness. And Dan said that they're going to get there after construction and get them connected to the appropriate housing resource, not to warehouse them only to stay full and inaccessible. Further, the need to house individuals and families who choose not to access shelter is also clear. If we do not create multiple pathways out of homelessness, the numbers will continue to grow. When we don't house people out of shelter, shelter beds get full. When we don't house people directly from their unshelteredness, then unsheltered homelessness grows. So this is a lean into creating the multiple pathways, and I and the team that presented today stand for any questions.
Steve, thank you, along with all the guests who spoke about the ecosystem. I want to use this opportunity to start dispelling rumors or misinformation. So one of the misinformation pieces, or maybe it's information pieces, I'd like to know how many folks from whether the by name list, actually it would be better with the by name list, those are all individuals in the HMIS system, correct?
Correct.
How many of them originate from Sedgwick County?
Matt, can you please come up here? He actually has that number. And because the people on the recording can't see what's happening, he's handing out a handout to the council members.
My apologies. I was going to put this on a slide, but then I didn't, and so I just printed it and brought it because in case it came up. We started running this data, several months ago once we transitioned to our new system, and you will see with the top graph that We asked the question, how long have you been in Sedgwick County? And 1 year or longer was 81%. So roughly 19% of the people that are in our homelessness service system come from counties other than Sedgwick County within the last year. If they've been in Sedgwick County for 90 days or less, where did they come from? About 54% came from out of state, and the other 44% came from out of the county, but somewhere in Kansas, and then, well, 2% came from out of the country. And then we asked, the last section was were they released incarcerated in the last 7 days, prior to us doing our assessment. 98% said they were not incarcerated. It's only 2%.
Okay, I was
Thank
in
you, Matt.
San Antonio at the Haven for Hope here recently, and I learned that in order to qualify for their services, you have to have been in the county for at least 6 months. Is that something any of the shelters around are considering? Maybe Second Light or?
Matt needs to come up and represent the coalition, but.
We're making you burn some calories today, but.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, there's two routes to how the coalition and how our community handles these numbers. I think number one is some version of close the borders and don't offer services to people who don't meet a certain residency requirement. But I think that there's other opportunity perhaps to ask the communities from which they're coming to maybe chip in.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna, that was just my opinion. I'm gonna let Matt speak on behalf of the coalition.
Yeah, no, thank you, Steve. Yes, this is a question that we have been diving into or leaning into with the coalition members. We spent an entire coalition members meeting talking about this. The sentiment, amongst the providers, they're very caring and they want to serve whoever shows up, at the front door. However, I do often, and I kept bringing up the point, not that I'm saying I'm for or against, but that the communities that make significant strides towards reaching functional zero, including reaching functional zero, typically only serve the people within their community, within their demographic area. So, and there's a couple ways to look at that. If the Continuum of Care funds, the $3 million that we talk about, HUD says we're going to give Sedgwick County $3 million to serve the people experiencing homelessness within Sedgwick County. Whenever we use those dollars to serve people who are coming outside of Sedgwick County, we're actually taking resources away from people who are from Sedgwick County. The balance of state or the rural communities around Sedgwick County get their own designation of funds to serve their people. So that's one way to look at it. Same with your Section 8 resources and other types of things of that nature. I've never been one to necessarily say we only are going to serve people from Sedgwick County, but Steve brought up a good point. Is there a way that we can work with other municipalities that they could make investments into our communities so that they can have access to such things as Second Light and some of the resources. It is crazy, we talked about this also from a statewide perspective, because I know that Lawrence is a community that's been in the news a lot for making significant headways of addressing homelessness in their community. But again, they only serve the people who are from Douglas County. And so when it came up, we had robust conversations. We can't expect, Pratt, Kansas, or Ark City or some of these smaller communities to stand up a whole shelter and be able to serve the smaller numbers. So it makes sense that they may come into the bigger community, but what kind of partnerships can we form so that we're able to sustain the work and do the work here in our community?
We're in conversations with the rest of the state. You can tell that story. That's, I think, an important part of the story. Okay.
You elaborate, please?
Yeah, so we're part of the statewide movement, the functional zero statewide movement, and we're pretty frequently in the room with our statewide partners, not only from the actual state itself, but from the other COCs across our communities, and it's a robust conversation we're all having, and we're not real sure on the path forward because we're just starting the conversation. There is a data sharing movement, we're heading towards a data sharing movement. It's currently a de-identified movement so that we can track numbers across the state. We hope someday to get to the point where that data between the COCs and HMIS systems can actually speak with one another, and we can see people moving between the systems so that we can more appropriately resolve the problem based on the data that system is telling us.
So I have a quick question. I just want to make sure I'm on the right track. So I broke down the names that are currently on the by name list at 1,190, and then you're looking at 19% came from outside of the community. So that's about 226 people that we served came from outside of our community. Out of that, 122 came from outside of the state. 104 came from other counties in Kansas. What is the cost per head on, I mean, I know it's different based on what services we're offering and whether it's temporary shelter, whether it's transitional, whether it's permanent housing solutions. What would maybe be the average cost per head and how much it takes to serve an individual that's experiencing homelessness right now?
So, Dan, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you said it was about $5,000 per bed. Was that per quarter or per?
For 90 days.
For 90 days. So that gives you some indication, $5,000 per person to
Shelter them.
to shelter them. Street outreach, you know, there's no telling what the cost is to the emergency services system. I believe there's been some reports done on that, some studies done on that. To house people, you know, it's much cheaper. So we can house someone and keep them in housing for about $6,000 to $7,000 a year, because we're just paying those rental subsidies and case management support. So housing is the cheapest, which is one of the reasons why the federal government leans so hard into rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing solutions over the last several years. Because again, transitional housing works, but it's a program that goes up to 2 years. And so if you've got 20 bids in transitional housing, you're only serving 20 people for about 2 years.
So when we're looking at 5,000 per 90 days on average, and we're looking at 226 people, so let's just say those 226 stay homeless for 90 days in that period, we're looking at 1,130,000, and then let's say we serve them for a year, which probably is not likely if serving everybody a year, but that's up to $4,500,000 for people outside of Wichita that we would serve if they would be homeless for a year in our community.
100% correct. Yeah, you're starting to do the math that we do a lot, and I know you do as well. Homelessness is very expensive, and if we're spending significant resources on people that are outside of Sedgwick County, but that's not to diminish, you know, that again, 81% come from right here in our own community, and we should serve them because they're from here.
Yeah.
Thank you. It looks like there's, to continue on that, it looks like there's 3 counties that probably should take care of their own. Reno County has 24, Shawnee County has 22, Saline County has 18. Have we talked to these counties about taking care of their own people?
That is a conversation that we can enter into. I'm not sure at what level, you know, who all needs to be involved in that conversation, but it's certainly something we need to look at. I know Topeka is another one, Shawnee County, that only serves people, you know, from Topeka after the rescue mission and whatnot. So that is a very common practice around. The people of Wichita are very, very giving, very, very caring, and that, you know, we just serve whoever shows up at the door. But you know, when we had a meeting with the providers, I mean, the reason I brought it up to them because I felt that this conversation would come up. Like it's going to come up progressively at a higher level to say like how many people are coming into our community. We want to solve homelessness in Sedgwick County. In order to do that, it's really hard to solve something when you constantly have an inflow of people that are coming in that your system wasn't designed to necessarily care for.
One more follow-up to that, regarding the top 3 counties that Councilman Johnson mentioned, or Vice Mayor Johnson mentioned, Reno, Shawnee, Saline, do either 3 of them have a shelter space currently?
Shawnee has a rescue mission. Salina has, I think it's a family shelter. I don't know if they have a individual shelter, and I'm not sure about Hutchinson, or Reno County, I should say.
Okay.
I don't think they do. There
I
might
don't
be a
believe
domestic
they do.
violence shelter, but I don't think there's a robust.
Because I had saw a news report about a church that was stepping up to do kind of a winter shelter thing this winter, so that's
I
about
might suggest that we put this on our legislative agenda for the state. If we get this many people from other counties, we should get some help from the state. We should.
Can I also add into the conversation I know that the 5,000 is just for shelter bed at Second Light. There are also services that local government provides to these individuals, whether it's fire services, EMS services, police services. How do you actually show that number of the other services, including medical services?
James, do you have the numbers, at least off the top of your head, from the cost of homelessness study that Nigel?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you the round number.
Can you come up here and tell us the round number into a mic?
So the Public Policy and Management Center last year reviewed those interactions with emergency service providers, EMS, fire, police, and what we found was, though I'm not looking at the report right now, we saw a total amount of $20 million for the homeless service system or the emergency service costs over the course of the year if you take the aggregate of what we're spending on homeless service systems. But the cost per emergency service, I know it's been quoted before as $500 per emergency EMS response, but we've got the report we can come back with on exactly what that amount looks like.
I think it would be important to show also the other services or local government services that are utilized for individuals facing homelessness. As Councilmember Glasscock mentioned, if 19% of individuals that are facing homelessness in Sedgwick County are not even from Sedgwick County, and Sedgwick County residents are having to bear that burden, there should be some sort of recoup of costs so that we can continue serving our Sedgwick County residents by the Sedgwick County residents who pay into those services.
May I ask a quick question? I'm not sure which of you three experts can answer it, but you know, I see the other side of the coin on this, that, you know, I understand it's our taxpayer dollars and it's our responsibility to take care of our residents, but if it's so bitterly cold outside and somebody goes to a shelter and we say, you're not from Wichita, so you have to go back outside, I mean, that doesn't seem compassionate, and then it just adds to the problem that we hear from residents that people are on the sidewalks or they're camping or whatever. And I'm going to take a point of privilege and quote my friend, Assistant City Manager Troy Anderson. I was at a presentation one time and somebody brought up this very topic of people coming from outside of our community who are homeless. And you said, and if I mess this up, I hope you'll correct me, but I thought it was quite eloquent, that you said you hope that they'll go to our shelter, you hope that they'll utilize our services, they'll get in transitional housing, they'll get in housing, and then they'll become gainfully employed in Wichita, because we know we don't have enough people in Wichita to fill the jobs that we have. So if people, you know, the flip side of this is if people do come from another community, there's a chance that they could come, have a life-changing experience, and become a well-functioning Wichitan. So, you know, it's a hard issue, because it would be hard for me to think just because you're from Salina, Kansas, and it's freezing cold outside, we just turn you away. So I think it's an important discussion to have and to look at all sides of it. And thanks, Troy, for letting me steal your story.
And I agree with Councilmember Tuttle, but I think the thing we need to focus on is how do we compel other communities to take care of their people as well and collaborate in this. If every community actually did what we are doing, this would be a lot easier issue to tackle. So I think that's just kind of the gist of where I'm wanting to take it, is how do we reach out? Because we know that there have been communities around us who view, oh, this is an issue that Wichita can tackle, and so point them in our direction. And here they are 20 miles away and should have some skin in the game at least to help take care of their residents. So it's just more of an overarching, broader topic that we need to discuss.
Yeah, I agree. Nobody's suggesting that we should throw them out in the street or leave them in the street. I think we're suggesting that maybe somebody should help pay for that cost, or they deliver their own services. So we have to be compassionate, and I think everybody here is compassionate. It's just who pays for it.
And a tag-along conversation to that is emergency winter sheltering does not ask for the question of, well, you know, we will not serve you because you're not from Sedgwick County. And I don't think that's ever been the intention. So that's a misleading statement, because I don't believe any of the shelters here in our community, especially the emergency shelters, would ever kick anyone out for just not being a Sedgwick County resident. So I just want to make sure that our wonderful partners here in our community who do provide that service know that we know that you would not do that and you would not, quote, kick someone out. However, I do have a question. I know that in New Jersey, we have a consultant that is helping here in Sedgwick County. Tell me a little bit more about their story, because if I remember correctly, in New Jersey, they have reached functional zero homelessness. However, they also ask other communities to either chip in, or they provide the transportation to take them back to their communities. So it's not like they're, again, kicking people out. However, they're providing the opportunity for them to go back to their home. Can you share a little bit more about New Jersey?
Bergen County, New Jersey is that multi-agency center that reached functional zero. Julia Orlando is the consultant. I just got a text, good job, on my watch, so I know she's watching. They did create their system not unlike our multi-agency center where you've got congregate shelter, non-congregate shelter, and then more resources if you are working your housing plan. They did restrict to residents of Bergen County, New Jersey. I'm not aware of the transportation resources, but she's watching and I'm sure she'll send me a text and I can certainly send that off to you.
Again, appreciate all of the presentation information, encourage people to continue engaging in this. And again, we're entering the season of Thanksgiving and the holiday season and Christmas. I just want to make mention that I'm so grateful to this wonderful community that supports all these nonprofits that are part of this larger ecosystem. And I was very proud to see all those partners together in one slide, and it's not exhaustive, so there are other partners too. And I know that this is a compassionate community. I've lived in this community for over 30 years. I know how compassionate this community is. And I also understand that all of us have challenges, and so when we ask questions regarding the cost of housing someone who is facing homelessness, is not because we are not compassionate, but we have to be cognizant that there are only so many resources, and that this compassionate community has been giving a lot of resources to those who are most in need. And I know that they're doing that because I see the good work that they do. And so keep on doing that great work. But for those who are watching and want to engage and help out some of these nonprofits that are already in existence. Union Rescue Mission, Second Light, Humankind Ministries, among the many other partners. But they really are doing that great work. And if you, instead of doing your donation at a street corner, donate that money to one of these nonprofits who can really maximize those dollars and really help change the life of an individual. And I know that you do that day in and day out. I know how difficult it is. And so thank you so very much for that ecosystem that really is helping those individuals who are facing homelessness.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, thank you. I'm sorry for the length of that, but I think it was important for us to talk about the comprehensive nature of our homelessness efforts. Next item is, I think, an exciting one for the council to review. As you know, we have a Star Bond district in the K96 in Greenwich area, which has been one of the most successful in the state. And we've had 2 phases of development in that area, and there has been a proposal that has come to us for phase 3, which would be the final phase of development in that target area. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Troy Anderson to give you a real brief background on the district, and then we have the development group who's going to make a presentation on their proposal.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. As City Manager Layton alluded to, I'll introduce the Family Destination Development Team here in just a minute, but just to give you a little bit of background context. So back in 2012 is when a lot of this really started kicking off. I'm not going to read all of these slides. In fact, I want to try to probably transition through these pretty quickly just to be respectful of everybody's time. Just so you understand at a really high level, right, there's 3 parts to each of these transactions, right? There's either something that relates to the district, there's either something that relates to a project plan, or there's something that relates to the development agreement, that development agreement being an agreement between the city and the developer to go out and sort of just build the things that are contemplated in the plan and subsequently the district. So back in 2012, there was ultimately a public hearing and subsequently an ordinance that created the district. Shortly thereafter, came back to City Council about June 2012, had to amend the district sort of rules and regulations to to take into consideration all of the eligible sort of projects. Shortly thereafter, 2013, there's a public hearing and ultimately an ordinance approving a project plan, specifically Phase 1 project plan. Later on in 2013, in June, we received a letter from the Secretary of Commerce approving the project plan and ultimately authorizing the issuance of bonds. Later that year, in September 2013, enter into the development agreement. Subsequently, December of 2013, STAR bonds are issued. So then, fast forward to 2014, and there was another sort of minor adjustment that needed to be made. There was a realization that the original district did not contemplate sort of improvements to 27th Street North, so we had to go back, hold a public hearing, approve an ordinance that amended the district boundaries to then include 27th Street North. So that part of the project then commenced, and we found wild success in the original sort of influx of development, particularly around the multi-sports. And so in November of 2016, we came back to City Council, held a public hearing, ultimately passed an ordinance expanding the district to now also include the opportunity to make improvements to Stryker Soccer Complex. And then ultimately, in December of 2016, we amended the project plan associated with that first amendment to the project plan and the associated development agreement. And then at that point in time, that also contemplated what is referred to as sort of Part A and Part B. Part A was the improvements to Stryker. Part B was the Drive Golf Lounge and Brew House that later became Top Golf. But that really kind of set the stage for all of the council-related action items and approvals that took place to really launch. And so now at this point in time, the development team has come back and want to introduce Phase 3 to this ultimate Star Bond Development District. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Marty Cornejo and the Family Destination team.
Thanks, Troy. Mayor, council, thank you for having me and hearing me today. My name is Marty Cornejo. Excuse me, got a little frog in my throat. I'm the managing partner of Family Destination Development. And I'm here today requesting to be put on the first reading and approval of the K96 and Greenwich Phase 3 Star Bond project. Here with me today with my team is a good friend and partner, Ashley Cozine, Council Morgan Kuhn, and then I have with me beside me is Mark Abbott with the Polsinelli Law Group, who represents us and has been involved with the Star Bond project from the outset. So they're very familiar from back in 2010, as Troy alluded to today, which will be helpful hopefully for everybody. The current Star Bond district was initially approved in 2013, as Troy mentioned. It includes the Wichita Sports Forum, Greenwich Plaza Shopping Center, Top Golf, and Stryker Sports Complex, among others, and supports more than 900,000 square feet of commercial space and generates nearly $12 million in annual sales tax revenue. Our proposed Phase 3 in the current district is strategically located south of K96 and east of Greenwich and north of 21st. To be familiar, it's to the east of Academy Sports and wraps around 96 all the way to 21st Street if you're not familiar. The majority of our property was owned by the Cozine family, and it's their 30-year dream to develop this in this site into the destination location soon to be Ignite at K96. A multi-sport athletic facility that will become home to Wichita State tennis, NCAA tennis facility, indoor-outdoor interactive mini golf, go-kart racing, surfing, home run dugout baseball, synthetic ice skating rink, and a family resort destination hotel, and many other food and family entertainment options to go along with everything I described. Through numerous meetings, and we've been working on this project probably for the past 2 years, and through numerous meetings and discussion with the Kansas Department of Commerce, along with their independent studies performed by PGAV, this project meets the Star Bond criteria from the state's perspective with both revenue and tourism and will enhance both Phase 1 and Phase 2 for years to come. I appreciate the time and energy everyone on the city staff has put forth to this point, and it's been a road, and I know everybody put a lot of time and effort into this, and I much appreciate it. But I will tell you, this is a project I think our city and our state will be very proud of once complete. At this time, and I know there's going to be questions, I'm going to pass it on to Mark Abbott, who's standing beside me, to give more detail related to the process and numbers. And at that point in time, it'd probably be best if we stand for questions.
Marty, quick
Yeah.
question. I don't know if the slides are supposed to be going while you're talking,
That's my bad problem.
so we may just want to try to review some of the slides that we have.
You got to take over.
All the
Thank
way
you.
to the beginning, 100 slides ago.
You get out of that.
Next slide, 6.
There we go. I'll go back through them slowly just so you can review if that's okay.
Stealing my thunder.
No, go back.
No, I think you want there. There you go.
Just play some music, give us a preview.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. Mark Abbott with Polsinelli Council for the Developer. We have represented the developers for this K96 Star Bond project. This is a second development group. But we started off with the original development group, so Polsinelli has been involved with this project from the inception. I would like to give a comprehensive but efficient presentation today, considering the timeliness. And, starting off, go back one, please. So the principals of this are Ron and Marty Corneo, Dave Murphin. Mr. Murphin was also involved with the group that did the original project, the Phase 1 project. Also involved in the Phase 2B project, the golf project that was sold to the O'Reilly family. And now Dave's involved as well. And Mr. Cozine, Ashley Cozine in this group also. Next slide, please. So I would like to highlight just a few of the successes of the Star Bond project, the Star Bond district as of today. So the bottom left-hand corner, Placer AI is a software that will track track cell phone data, which is a little bit brotherish, but it tracks cell phone data. Presumably, most of the people that are out in the world today have cell phones. There are going to be younger children and others that are not picked up. But there have been, on an annual basis, 14,000 visits to the Star Bond district. Almost 3,000 individual Star Bond visitors to the district. So 2013 when
3 million, not
3,000.
3,000.
I'm sorry, 3 million, yes, I misspoke. So before the Star Bond district existed, this type of commercial activity was non-existent. We are now at the point today where the district is proving to be a huge success. This is, again, the corner of the property that Marty described. There are a couple different parcels that are either owned by the development group, under contract, under active negotiation, but this is where the project would be located. Next slide, please. So this will then go into a couple different aerial views, what qualifies it as a Star Bond project, and then we will briefly touch on each of the individual components within the overall development. So this is an aerial view. Yeah, that's fine. So this is just an aerial view of that quadrant. There are various ways you can qualify to be a Star Bond project under the statutes, under the Star Bond Act. One is as a major multi-sport athletic facility. So the entire quadrant, and that there will be different athletic activities available in different facilities, but the entire project area will be a major multi-sport athletic project. Next slide, please. So one of the highlights of the project will be the new tennis center for Wichita State. So there will be 12 outdoor courts, 6 indoor climate-controlled courts. And again, if I'm covering any of this too quickly, you'd like me to slow down, please speak up. But this will be building on the tradition of tennis excellence at Wichita State, and then also having the facility that will now enable WSU to host Division I events and competitions.
Real quick. Oh, sorry, over here.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry. So how does this get into possession of Wichita State? Are you guys giving it to them, selling it to them? Is there a contract involved? Just kind of
So
curious.
the discussions have been ongoing. The Wichita State will end up owning it. The way that the Star Bond, the construction, and then the reimbursement from the Star Bonds, that is still being determined of how it will ultimately happen. But that will be a Wichita State owned and operated facility.
Okay, thank you.
One of the other components is an ice skating facility, ice skating rink. It will be a synthetic ice, so it will be able to be used 12 months out of the year. It will not be an ice facility, it will be a synthetic surface. But the ice skating rink will be one of the highlighted attractions at the project. Next slide, please. This is an indoor golf experience, cafe, bar component. That it is not, although you see kind of a windmill up in the top right, it is not the mini golf that what you would be accustomed to seeing in years past. It is a very upscale, branded component featuring mini golf indoors. Next slide, please. Although this is shown as being outdoors, this would be an enclosed facility. There would be available, it would be able to be operated 12 months out of the year. It is a surfing venue. It is a constant wave motion machine that you start up on the top, and then you are able to surf the facility. So there will be the capability of lessons open to the public. In other cities, this would be the first one in the state. This is highly popular in the Southwest and on the West Coast, but this would be the first one in the state of Kansas. This is interactive baseball facility. So if you could generally think Top Golf for baseball, that balls would pop up out of the ground, and this would be the type of facility that would be able to be used by children, adults, those with disabilities, that it is able to be used by people of all ages and abilities, and again with dining and type atmosphere and that type of entertainment capabilities. Next slide, please. This would be an indoor go-kart racing attraction. This is, again, I grew up in Branson, Missouri. The go-karts that we were used to in Branson, Missouri that put it around at 10 miles an hour are not what would be at this facility. There will be helmets, there will be neck races, and it will be the thrill of a lifetime. So this will be another one of the different types of athletic facilities that make the overall project a multi-sport athletic project. Next slide. So the last kind of component would be a resort hotel. We are proposing a 150-unit resort hotel that would be located on site. It would be a major flag, it would be branded, and that would be all included in the development agreement. Next slide, please. So these are the total costs of the project. We have, of the 3 columns, we have the line items on the left, we have the total project costs there in the middle. Total project cost of about $191 million. The total eligible costs, not the total costs that are would ultimately be reimbursed, but that are eligible under the statute, approximately $86 million. PGAV was was contracted by the Department of Commerce to do a feasibility study. That satisfied the statutory requirement of showing the visitation and the various other conditions required by the Star Bond Act. That feasibility study, PGAV estimated that there could be up to $73 million in net Star Bond proceeds after issuance costs and whatnot, so that there could be $73 million available to pay for the $86 million of eligible costs. The underwriter for the 2018 refunding bonds that paid for Stryker and Topgolf, that underwriter we have been speaking to. The way that you get to $73 million, you make various assumptions of how quickly will the build out occur, what will be the rate of inflation, how much will annual growth increase year over year. The underwriter that did the 2018 bonds that we're speaking to now believes there will be in excess, able to be in excess of 73 million, so that the request is 73 million or the amount that the underwriter is actually able to sell. We have spoken with the Department of Commerce and they have put a cap on that of 79.5. But the numbers in the feasibility study, the assumptions are somewhat conservative. So it would be whatever number is able to be sold up to 79.5 that the underwriter can sell. Next slide, please.
Quick question while we're on that slide too. Just so going down the major multi-sport athletic complex, it looks like you have brands already for ice skating, surfing, obviously the tennis facility and the baseball. So you're still looking for a brand for the golf facility and then go-kart racing?
You want to speak to that, Marty? Great.
Good question. And yeah, that's correct. And I will say on the go-kart and mini golf, they're both indoor and outdoor, so it's grown. And the reason we are still looking is there's a lot of people that want to come into the market, but we have to get past this phase to be able to tell them what we have to offer to bring them to town. Because we're, to your point, they're names that you all know of when they're announced, but at this point I'm not able to say that because we're between a few. And again, once we get past this point and back to the state gives us back the green light, then we'll make that announcement.
Okay, and last question, you briefly hit on this. All these are very unique. Wichita doesn't have any of these. The go-kart racing is different than what's currently at the alley. It's a different experience.
Completely different, yeah. Like Mark said, it's more competitive. And I don't know if you've been to an Andretti's. That's probably my best way to put it. If you haven't been to Andretti's, you should. It'll be at that level, both indoor and outdoor, correct?
Awesome. Thanks, Marty.
Real quick on the driving, I'm a really good driver, so if we need a test driver when it gets here, I'll volunteer.
You're in.
It's probably as good as your shot.
So this just goes to illustrate the overall of the phases 1, 2, and 3, how much this has truly been a public-private partnership for the development. And we saw the visitation numbers earlier of how big a success this Star Bond District has been for not just the city of Wichita, but for the state. For approximately 69% of all the investment that has gone into this project, this is including if the Phase 3 project is approved. 69% is going to be all private. 31% is then going to be the public participation portion, the Star Bond portion. Two things that I would like to describe, or I would like to add about the Star Bonds. If this project were approved, the remaining of the 20-year term, the Star Bonds that are generated, the revenues that are generated in the district would continue to be collected for the remainder of the 20-year term. Right now, the city of Wichita is contributing approximately $500,000 of sales taxes of the city of Wichita's county portion are being captured as sales tax Star Bond revenues that are then going to be available to pay debt service on the bonds. So approximately $500,000 of city revenue, or what arguably is city revenue, is being contributed. I would like to add that of Star Bond's revenues total, star bonds across the state vary between 86 to 89, 90% of those revenues that are captured are state revenues. So the 500,000 is significant for the city, but it is a very small percentage of the overall revenues that are captured. It is significantly higher percentage of the revenues captured are state tax dollars. Okay, so $500,000 city sales taxes. At stabilization, the property taxes being captured on this property right now are a pittance. At stabilization, at about year 3, I believe, year 5, we are estimating $423,000 of property taxes. Property taxes are not captured under star bonds. So by year 5, once construction occurs, once construction completion occurs, we are approaching the amount of sales taxes that the city would be contributing. Now, once the bonds pay off in year 9, since there will be property taxes collected and new sales taxes, if we develop the Phase 3 project, there will be Phase 3 property taxes, there will be Phase 3 sales taxes that right now are not being generated. In year 9, we're estimating that the $500,000 that the city could access today, we are looking at the city collecting about 230% of that for about $1.2 million in year 9. So by the time year 9 rolls around, the funds to the city's general fund, would be approximately $1.2 million. One other thing I would like to add is if this project is approved, if the star bonds are issued, the city's general fund, the city's security is not at risk at all. The only revenues, they are special limited obligations. The bonds are special limited obligations of the city. The sole security for these bonds are the sales taxes that are captured as star bond revenues. There is no risk to the city's general fund as part of this project.
No city backstop.
No city tax dollars.
No city backstop.
No city backstop.
Okay.
No city
Thank you.
backstop at all.
Bob, or Troy, if I may, just to take that a little step further, because I want it to be really, really clear, what, if any, risk to the city?
As Mark has described, in this case, for this project, there would be no risk. We have confirmed with the Department of Commerce that they would not require a backstop, and Mark has explained that where the risk lies, and it's with the bondholders, not with the city.
And we have confirmation from the state on that, correct?
We do.
We do, okay. And then just my other quick question, then, not everybody in this room, not everybody watching is an expert on star bonds. So the reward portion, if I understand it correctly for the city, is that we'll get increased property tax and increased sales tax, especially year 5, and then it sounded like year 9, and then into the future. Can you maybe just say that better than I said it?
I'm not sure it'll be better than what you just said, but we've worked with the developer, we've looked at their model, we've played around a little bit with some of the assumptions to be very conservative, but at the end of the 10-year period, there was a return on investment. So for the $500,000 you're giving up in sales tax revenue, you actually have a net gain that's about 17%. And then in the 15-year period, that grows to about 26%. And Mark has already said that when you reach the year 9, which you're at about $1.2 million in benefit to the city. So for a few years of that loss of $500,000, by the end of 5 years, you're in a net positive, and then in year 9, a significant return to the city.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so then the only final comment that I would have is that we would, if the council would choose, we would request that a public hearing on the project plan amendment. This is an amendment of the existing project plan that was first approved back in 2014, that a public hearing be held on December 9th for this project plan amendment.
I just have two more questions for clarifying questions for Bob and or Troy. This is not a new star bond, correct? Right. And this is not expanding the star bond district, it's expanding the timeline, correct? Or again, say that better.
This is not a new star bond district. This is an existing star bond district. This does not expand the district boundaries.
Yep.
This introduces a new project plan, new phase of the district. And so the timeline is what the timeline is. That district has a shelf life of 20 years, and so this captures the revenue that remains within the timeline of the district. So no, this is not a new district. This is not an expansion of the district. This is simply a new phase or a new project plan within the existing star bond district.
Okay, I have one more question, then I promise I'll be good. So you had mentioned working with the state, and can you just explain maybe a little bit about that process and then what their level of support for this project is? I know they said that you said there's no risk from the state and that they've confirmed that, but just again, for the audience listening, for us in the room, just a little bit about the discussions with the state of Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you. And honestly, probably the development team is probably better poised to respond to that, as they've had a lot of those. We've sort of trust but verified those conversations with the State Department, so we've had conversations to kind of verify that those conversations were had. But do you guys want to talk about the conversations you had with the state?
Sure. We originally pitched the state on the idea for this project 2 years ago, and it probably had 10 different conversations with the Department of Commerce during that time. Yesterday, we did receive an email from the General Counsel from the Department of Commerce saying that they were supportive of the project. That's where they did give the bond amount cap. But not only has Commerce not made any comments that they would require any type of city backstop, any type of city security for this project, but the bonds themselves will actually say on the face of them, these are special limited obligations. There is no city revenues that are pledged to this project. There are no state revenues that are pledged to this project other than the star bond revenues. That they will say that on the face of the bonds. So the only party that will be at risk, and that's why they earn an interest rate, will be the bond holders, and then the underwriter to calculate based on the various assumptions and all the sales. Will there be sufficient revenues by the time this 20-year term expires to pay off the bonds? There is no economic risk to the city.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, just to repeat what Mark said, this will come to you on December 9th for formal consideration. If you can bear with us, we just have one more item, and it has to do with our stormwater utility. We're at a interesting point now that we're undertaking the Bleckley project, that we wanted to review the financial performance of our utility and bring some options to you to consider for the future. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gary Jansen.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor and City Council members, again, Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. To respect your time, I'll try to get through this pretty quick. Happy to answer some questions. As much as anything today, I want to make sure to provide a good understanding of where we have been with stormwater funding for drainage projects historically for our operations, and kind of take a look at the stormwater utility fund, where it's headed based on current revenue for the budget, and look at some possible options for moving forward. So the stormwater utility was first established in 1990. Prior to that, the best that we can tell is anything related to stormwater operations, capital improvements was all general obligation funding. So at that time, fees were implemented. I'll talk about in just a little bit. We came up with this equivalent residential unit based on the size of the property, how much impervious area that there was. And that was to fund the utility to build, maintain, and repair the drainage system throughout the city and ensure compliance with federal and state regulations. At that time, some things were starting to change with the development requirements too, that I'll talk about in just a moment. One thing to keep in mind, except in 2017 when a base rate fee was added, which I'll talk about soon, there has been no increases to the rates, to the funding revenue source for the stormwater utility, except for that one time. You know, if we look at kind of compared to what we do with water and sewer utility and we discuss annual rate increases, there's been no rate increases. So as many of you know, and we've talked about for some time, when we have drainage challenges, especially in older neighborhoods, we are really struggle to find a way to fund those improvements. So getting to that point, many of the neighborhoods in Wichita were constructed prior to current drainage standards, especially in the core of the city. And you'll see here shortly, we have, through a decision support tool, have analyzed the biggest priorities for drainage improvements going forward, and you'll see a lot of those in the core. Since 2012, some things have really changed, but prior to that, probably even back in the 90s, neighborhoods in Wichita have been constructed with drainage requirements. There's drainage plans that our staff approves. All of that is done so and financed through special assessments. So the picture like you see here, these older areas that we're continuing to deal with, the standards were not in place. There were very few drainage requirements. The minimum was done to try to get some of the drainage off the street. And what happened was there was no strategic plan of how those connect together, where ultimately the drainage goes, and so it's created a lot of the challenges that we see. I talked to many of you after the big rains in June and what happened in some of the neighborhoods. Now that's not a good example of how we respond to drainage issues. That was really a historic event. There's nothing we could have avoided that. However, it brought about the conversation of what has happened over the years in these neighborhoods. Once an old neighborhood developed, there was minimum drainage improvements, another neighborhood developed, it just added to it and compounded the problem. So we have a lot to overcome at this point. The reason why I say that is because we're going to look at some funding scenarios that would generate $1.5 million a year, and it just doesn't go very far because this is something we've been trying to catch up to for so long. So I mentioned that in April of 2017, there was a stormwater rate adjustment, the only one that's been made since 1990. A $1.50 per month base fee was added. Residential tiers that I talked about there rescaled to make sure it was equitable, that the cost coverage was fair between residential and commercial. This was done in an effort to sustain the fund and consider some capital improvements. The manager mentioned the Bleckley project. Effectively, since 2017, we have bolstered some of our operational costs, but we have been setting aside funding to where we could get moving on this Bleckley project, which is under construction now, but it's left us with not a lot of room to grow. So just real quick, I won't spend a lot of time on this, stormwater utility fund expenses. We have O&M expenses, including $950,000 annually for renewal and replacement of existing assets. That's been very critical for us. I'll talk about that more in a moment. Some stormwater capital projects, it's not a lot. And then the city's share of the city-county joint funded flood control project, which is critical for all of us. Looking at what is in the 10-year capital improvement program for stormwater, everything you see here is what is in the CIP only. We have $100,000 annually for the Wichita Drainage Canal improvements, just under $650,000 for floodway. That's the city's share only, that's 50%. The county contributes the other 50%. We have pump stations we improve, $100,000 annually. Bleckley project is projected to be $36 million. We're about to move into phase 2. And then we've got another project where we've had some historic drainage issues near Murdoch and Wabash that is funded here in the next coming years for just under $4 million. That's what's in the CIP. Right now we don't have the capacity to add anything else in the absence of considering another revenue source or an increase in fees. So looking at rate drivers and what has happened since 2017, do some quick comparisons so that in this next couple slides when I show you what the fund balance looks like, you'll understand where this comes from. The Bleckley project originally started with a $10 million projection. That's not inflation, that's taken up to $36 million. The scope has changed significantly. Back in 2017, we just didn't have the best feel of what it was going to take and the magnitude of that project. Our flood control has increased due to additional work being required by regulators, so that's almost tripled since 2017 from 250,000 to 740. Murdoch and Wabash project has become a bigger project by scope and also inflationary impacts. Our O&M costs have increased, just like you've seen in other utilities. We have developed a decision support tool for looking at a multi-year in-depth study of the stormwater utility. We weighed factors like risk, probability of failure, consequence of failure, life cycle costs. That $950,000 we've had in place annually, we still think that that can work. It's serving us well. Again, through the decision support tool, we optimize renewal and replacement. We think we can hold on that for now, especially if we look at potential increases to the fees, that those could go more towards capital improvements and neighborhood improvements. So looking at the fund expenses, what you see on the orange line is expenses. The reason why that jumps up and down quite a bit is retiring debt from previous projects. But if you look at the projection, you can see our expenses are increasing based on a flat line of revenue, which is the blue line. So we need to be looking to the future here before we hit a cliff, before we get to a point that we have to look at much higher rate increases. That's a lot of what we're talking about today. This does a really good job of showing the stormwater utility fund balance over time. A healthy fund balance has been maintained in recent years while the utility undertook the spending strategy assessment. We had that $1.50 base rate increase that went into effect in 2017. We've been effectively banking that, so that's why we got to a healthier spot. A large portion of the fund will be used for Bleckley without a rate increase. You see that drops below the line, or at least not meeting the minimum reserve through 2033. We do not, you've heard me talk about debt coverage ratio that's required effectively for other utilities. We do not maintain a debt coverage ratio here, but what you see for that orange line is the reserve target. We've used this for a long time, kind of an industry standard. It makes sense when talking to our experts, but it's calculated as 90 days of O&M, 90 days of debt payment, 60 days public safety fee. That's roughly $2.5 million between 2025 and 2030, just to give you some idea of what how we set that reserve target as a good place to be. No matter how you look at that, if we continue at the path that we're on in 2034, we are no longer solvent within this fund, so we need to start looking at what happens in the future because we've had no annual rate increases. So moving forward, our goals are to ensure long-term financial stability by maintaining an adequate fund balance, optimizing investments so we minimize risk, and certainly looking at lowest life cycle costs for any improvements, and we control rate adjustments as much as possible because we don't want to get to a point that we need a much more significant rate increase. We've looked at 3 options I'd like to discuss now, and then these would be a change to that base fee that I talked about before. So if we maintain the status quo, what is listed as column number 1, no base rate increase, we would have no funding for neighborhood drainage improvements. The last opportunity to revise rates before the fund balance is depleted is 2033. If we wait till then, we risk a much larger increase as opposed to looking at stepped increases now. We think a minimum increase right now would be 15 cents per year ongoing. That still would not allow funding for neighborhood drainage improvements. That would effectively extend us out another 10 or 11 years before we've depleted the fund.
Gary, may I ask a quick question, just to
Yes.
make sure I understand? So it's 15 cents per household annually, is that correct?
Correct. That base rate would be applied to every single customer.
15 cents annually?
Annually.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll show some more numbers here in a minute that'll make a little bit more sense. Or monthly, sorry, not annually. 50, I didn't mean to say
15
annually.
cents.
15 cents monthly.
That makes more sense. Okay,
Yes,
thank
right,
you,
sorry,
thank you.
Sorry, yes.
Sounded great for annually,
Yeah,
but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. It wouldn't get us very far monthly, sorry. I said the wrong word.
So is the slide just inaccurate on item base rate increase, item number 2?
Because that does say 15 cents.
We would add 15 cents every year.
Yeah, what I should have put in here was 15 cents per month. but it's annually ongoing. That every single year, we would bump it another 15 cents then per month, correct? Okay. That's what this projection is to get us to 2044. Thank you for that. Sorry for the confusion. So one option we've looked at then is to look at a $1 increase in 2026, along with the 15 cents annually in 2027. This would generate approximately $1.5 million annually. This would still extend us to 2044, but it would give us the opportunity to really start looking at neighborhood drainage improvements with that $1.5 million per year. So we looked at several approaches. I'm not going to go into the weeds here. I'm happy to discuss what these look like. We can dig more into our model, but just especially out of respect to time, I want to talk about several approaches we looked at. So the first approach we looked at through this decision support tool addresses the top neighborhood improvement, and so I think everybody probably understands this, but I'll explain real quick. When we've got drainage issues, especially in the core of the city, it's not just a matter of putting pipe underground, getting water to the point, because water to some point underground, because then it's likely got nowhere to go. What we need to look at is upsizing the existing system, putting in bigger pipe, extending those pipes further to the point I talked about earlier. When you develop one neighborhood with no standards, you develop the next one, it starts to compound the issue. There's nowhere to take any of that. So we need to extend bigger systems. So what this contemplates is the top 2 projects within each district for upsizing and neighborhood improvements. This is based on historic issues and problems that we've seen across the community, especially in the core area. We've got pretty good data for documenting those issues. So top 2 projects on the left, the DST approach number 1, we have to get to a point of 24 years to have enough funding to have those top 2 projects in each district. You can see how that split works out. That's almost $26 million. And I'll show you more details on this in just a moment. We've got other approaches we could possibly take. We thought this made some sense strategically to try to look at going in some direction. Before this discussion today and in the past, and I've talked to some of you about this, we used to have what we call a hotspot program, and we were just kind of throwing darts and seeing what came up next. I mean, that's the best that we could do. Problems would arise, we would try to throw funding at something, but then something else would come up. That's why a more strategic approach, the decision support tool, we think makes a lot of sense. If we wanted to be district agnostic, if you will, and not consider the districts and just look at the worst areas, that's what DST approach number 2 looks like, effectively getting to that same point of $28 million in funding. This is over 24 years. If you look to the table to the right, you'll see that District 2 and District 5 no longer would be funded for any projects within that 24-year period. A little bit new areas of the community, a lot of the standards were in place for drainage at the time. There's considerable focus on Districts 1 and 6, and then the balance in Districts 3 and 4. Again, this is based on the data that we have, the problems that we looked at over the years. I won't spend a lot of time on this. I can provide follow-up information. Wanted to give you some idea of the magnitude of what we're looking at over the course of time. Still not a lot that can be done, but starting off at something that we feel like is manageable and a potential $1 increase, this is where we end up. To expand that just a little bit, the DST approach number 1, which again was the top 2 projects for upsizing and neighborhood improvements in each district. This breaks it down to the first 10 years. I wanted you to see this, mostly so you understand how we kind of did this. And we looked at areas. So in District 1, it'd be between Hillside and Oliver, Douglas and Waterman. I won't walk you through all of those. But there's multiple projects within each of those areas. Not all districts got an upsizing and neighborhood improvements project in the first 10 years, but if I showed you the next 14, that's where that would balance out. Again, that's a lot of information. Didn't want to overload this today. Just want you to understand where we think we could go with a $1 increase. We can start making some improvements, and so you kind of see what the magnitude of that looks like. If we stepped away from the districts and again looked at citywide priorities, this is kind of what this would look like. You see a little bit of a change from where that was at. This actually, in the first 10 years, the projects are in Districts 1, 4, and 6. The next 14 years, District 3 comes back in, but you can see that it takes some time to get there. So feasibly, even with a $1 increase, with where we would be headed, depending on how we wanted to do this, it's going to take over the course of 24 years to really even make a difference and start having a big impact. That illustrates the need, that illustrates where we've been. It's a result of development standards, how these improvements were funded, and trying to get to a place where we need to be. So then looking at the impact, average monthly stormwater bills, a lot of information here. What's on the left is what I talked about as the ERU that was established in 1990. If the class 2 is most of our customers, one ERU is $2 a month. This shows the base rate included is at $3.50. If you go to the column to the right, the monthly bill, one option we looked at, just discussed, is 15 cents a month. That would go to $3.65. If there was a desire to add the $1, that would go to $4.50. And then that's the 15 cents per month that we would recommend going from there to get us that point. That's a lot of numbers, but I just wanted to give you some ideas. So right now, if nothing changes, most of our customers, residential customers, pay $3.50 a month for stormwater improvements. $42, I think, if I'm doing the math right. Obviously, if there was a consideration of bumping the dollar to generate $1.5 million a year, we would be raising that $12 a year. $1 a month, we'd be increasing the stormwater utility bill for most of our customers $12 a year. Lots of numbers, but I just want to give you some idea of kind of the threshold or the magnitude of that we're talking about. Quick comparison of where we are with peer cities, just like we looked with water and sewer. These again are the I-35 corridor cities. Des Moines, Iowa has a considerable stormwater utility fee. And then you see it start to step down. Kansas City, Missouri, and Omaha, their funding may be subsidized by the sewer utility. They've got some combined systems of stormwater and sanitary sewer. And some cities just find other ways to do it. As I said, prior to 1990 here in Wichita, we generally funded it by general obligation. So it's not always the easiest to compare. But if you look at generally in the cities, we're still in a pretty good place. This $4.50 contemplates a $1 a month increase if we were so to look at that. So to wrap things up, the stormwater revenue remains flat while expenses continue to climb. Incremental increases avoid large rate spikes in the future. Again, we looked at one option that's put 15 cents a month. That could extend our fund out another 10 to 11 years. Wouldn't add any capital improvements, any neighborhood improvements. Without a rate increase, the fund balance will only last through 2033. With the minimum rate increase, we can extend that to 2044. What we would recommend considering, and I don't have a date necessarily to bring this back to council, probably sometime in January, if we want to have further discussion, is the option 3 for a one-time increase of $1 in 2026, that's $1 a month, followed by 15 cents per month annually, ongoing. We could extend the fund balance to 2024 and provide $1.5 million in annual neighborhood drainage improvements. Staff, we will, pending further discussion, we'll plan to bring this back at a later date for official consideration of a rate adjustment. That was a lot of information. I know I went through that pretty fast. I'm happy to go back to anything.
Couple of questions, Gary, quick one. So this says the increase, if recommended and passed, would begin in 2026, but you won't be coming back by the end of this year to talk about this?
No, I think it's most likely we would have this discussion in January. Probably makes sense at this point.
Other question is regarding the decision support tool and approach 1 versus approach 2. I believe that equity is important. There are 6 districts in Wichita, and I understand that there are priorities for each of these communities, these 6 districts. Personally, I think equity is important to divvy it out between the 6 districts.
Thank you. I mean, this is not unlike what we've done with our outsourced pavement preservation program and how the funding is allocated for that based on the lane miles within each district. So that's why we started that way, but wanted you to have some understanding, as if we've gone on, when we looked at the supplemental funding for concrete pavement with the OP3, we did talk about this notion of maybe do you go worst first. So we just wanted you to see what that looks like.
I'll just tune in, my usual. I think we should deal with the worst first, and not necessarily equity in that sense, dealing with our challenges. And if, again, like I said, on dirt roads and District 1 did not benefit from that, if there's areas that have worse issues, I think we should deal with those.
Just a quick comment from me. I would be supportive of option 3. And as I know, I'm sure many of my colleagues, I have talked with Councilmember Ballard, but on the historic June 3rd flood, Gary, you and your team were with me with many neighborhoods standing in people's cul-de-sacs where their basements flooded, windows broke out, lots of damage, lots of different things. We hope that doesn't happen again for a very long time, but I think it's a proactive approach for us to be able to try and make sure that our residents' homes and their properties are safe. So I would very much be supportive of option 3. And thank you for being considerate of keeping the cost down. I know we don't like to raise rates. We don't like to do that to anyone, but it's $12 a year. So I feel that that could be a manageable amount that residents could handle. So, and also for commercial. So thank you for your work on this.
Gary, quick question, and mine in both approaches are the exact same, which is pretty consistent actually when staff presents things. My percentage is usually the same for District 4. Regarding the long-term cost of each as well, so obviously the DST1 is $26,000, DST2 is $28,000. I'd be interested in a larger projection of what this would cost if you extend this beyond both of these approaches. So do we save more by doing worst to first than doing approach number 1, or is it basically a wash long-term?
I can get you that information.
Just a reminder, this is a 24-year program that you're looking at here. So if you were to go to $2 instead of $1, you could, in theory, shrink that in half. So if your concern is how quickly you address some of the outstanding issues, then anything you did above $1 would shrink your time frame.
Yeah, I mean, to Councilmember Tuttle's point, I'd be interested in this. Maybe not data we have. I imagine the state insurance commissioner has this, is how many insurance claims have to be made every year and what the cost to local taxpayers in terms of just home improvements after large-scale flooding incidents as well. So that would be helpful just in context when we're looking at this, is how much we're actually saving holistically for taxpayers beyond just what this is.
The best thing I'd be able to tell you, and I can get you this information because I'm not remembering the time frame right now, but we have a long list of projects in our DST, and I think it probably goes out 50 years or longer, just of the issues that we know right now. And so that becomes part of that discussion too.
So how do you decide on the DST worst to first? Like, what are some of the benchmarks that picks up a little further up that list?
So we've used some historic information. One of the things I'll tell you that's worked best here is legacy information that we've had, that staff has documented, areas that have some of the worst flooding issues, impacts to properties, potential impacts to vehicles, number of properties, and depending on where it's at, the density of the neighborhood. There's multiple factors that we've included there, but first and foremost, it's where we've recorded significant number of calls, the frequency of events, because especially, going back to June, and it was really unfortunate. We saw flooding that in my career I hadn't seen in certain areas of the city. It was such a big event, and so it's not easy to tell everybody that, but kind of all bets are off at that point. There's not a lot we can do. But the thing that I told them was make sure you let us know as soon as we get a half-inch rain and 1-inch rain and you see those same types of problems, because that's where the issues we need to address. So to that point, we try to find the areas where the smaller rains have the bigger impacts. Some of them we've talked about in your district before. One of them we were able to affect in the last year, which I think was a really good improvement. Depending on how an area was developed, the things that were done or not done with drainage improvements, we're looking for the areas that during smaller rain events create a lot worse situation and possible property loss. So we've got multiple factors in there. I'd be happy to look and dig in a little bit more with any of you inside these boundaries that we talked about, of some of the data that we've gathered and where these projects come from. Because again, within these areas, some of these areas are fairly large. We've got multiple locations and projects that would be part of these improvements.
Yeah, love to dig into that a little more with you.
I'd be interested in that too, Gary. And maybe there's a hybrid approach, you know, maybe do more of the worst ones, but you know, it'd be hard to explain to my residents in District 5, they've complained about flooding. You're not gonna get anything done in a quarter century.
And I understand.
That'd be a hard sell.
There are still areas I can tell you in District 2 and there's just a lot here. Like I said, this list is long that we've developed over time of where the drainage needs are. There's still areas in District 2 and District 5. One of them that we took on in the last 3 or 4 years over on Rolling Hills, where it had been in the county and was annexed into the city, and there were no drainage standards at that time in the county. So those issues are still there. I think this is a reasonable approach that we're looking at on number one, still taking on the worst areas across the community.
I have a couple questions over here. I'm sad to see Midtown's not on there.
So let me give you some perspective on something real quick. Thank you for asking that question because this just came up the other day. So I can't tell you that this is still, we're doing everything we can to make this a data-driven decision, but I'll give you a quick example of one area of Midtown that you and I have talked about before. There's an area up in there that will flood fairly quickly. It's in bigger rain events, but we also have to keep in mind that it evacuates fairly quickly. We've got some areas in the core of our city that water will fill up from curb to curb during a certain rain event, and if you go out an hour later, the water's all gone. That has to be a consideration. It's a big cost to put in infrastructure just to make sure that water gets out of there sooner. Because of the needs, the large needs, this huge list, and you can see even at $1.5 million a year, it takes us a long time to start having an impact. That's also a factor I should have mentioned that we've looked at historically, and I've talked to a lot of folks over the years. It's not an ideal answer, but you get areas that clear the water out in 30 to 60 minutes. That should be a factor, and so some of Midtown is like that. In fact, a good part of Midtown is like that.
Are some of these projects, specifically the Midtown area and part of District 1, the ones that were going to be covered potentially under that competitive grant?
Yes, some of them would have been for sure. The one that it was called the Protect grant that we submitted and then it got
Do you have any idea if any
We
of
have
that
not
will
heard
come
if that's coming back out. We've been watching, but so far there's nothing to indicate that they're going to reissue that grant. But there is a fair amount of this, because even if you look at and kind of look at these areas, you see Meridian and Seneca show up a lot, but whether you look at this list or this list, you still see a lot of that core area. So some of those projects, some of those issues would have been taken care of with that grant, correct?
Okay, last question. I know a lot of this is just aging infrastructure, like you mentioned. We do things a lot differently than we have in the past. Is some of this because we haven't increased prices in some time, or has it just not been like a top priority, or is it all just aging kind of all at once?
I appreciate you asking that question because I definitely need to clarify based on that question. The majority of the issues we're looking at here is because there is no infrastructure. This is an aging infrastructure. There's none there. When these older neighborhoods were developed, because there was not the system we have in place now requiring drainage plans, I can't tell you, I'm surprised to go into some neighborhoods. What was done to save costs was to try to make the street grade to a certain point, make it keep on grading the next block, and before you know it, you got half a mile to a mile of flat street that just kept trying to move the water down, and there was nowhere to take it. So it is the fact that the infrastructure is not there. We've done a really good job with the $950,000 a year on our renewal and replacement project that also is informed by a decision support tool, a separate one. I think we're in a really good place with infrastructure, existing infrastructure. This is to add infrastructure where we don't have any. That's the problem. And because we've had no rate increases since 1990, except for the one base rate increase in 2017, and most of that's gone to Blackley, we still don't have adequate funding in place. All new developments, I might mention this one more time, improvements are made, necessary improvements are made that all connect together. They look at what's happening upstream and downstream. Future system will work. That's all special assessment. We get calls from some areas now, and we do talk to folks and tell them that they have an option to special assess it if they so choose, and we'll provide them a cost estimate, what the assessment would look like. That still is a viable option. We wanted to show you what this might look like to start coming at this from another angle.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
City Manager Layton.
Mayor, that is all we have. Thank
For
you.
workshop.
For workshop, yes.
Now we move to the next phase of this meeting, and that is we're going to have 2 executive sessions. So we will have one motion, complete that motion, and then do that executive session and then come back. So I'm going to read a motion first. I move that the City Council recess into executive session for 20 minutes to receive information on a contract pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2 for legal consultation with the city attorney, which would be deemed privilege in the attorney-client relationship for legal advice. The executive session is required to protect attorney-client privilege and the public interest. This executive session will begin at 1 o'clock and end at 1:20 p.m. so that we have room for a break.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. We will return at 1:20. direct staff and the consultant, along with our attorney, to enter into negotiations on a contract for city manager with Dennis Marstall.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion.
I spent some time over the weekend talking to current city managers and past city managers because I wanted to get their expertise on this process, working in the field, working with professional organizations within this field, and all of them recommended that, you know, proceeding with a current candidate in this pool would be their recommendation. So with that, I'll be supportive today.
As for me, I am deeply concerned about this process. I will not be supporting either finalist moving forward. To be clear, this is more about the process than the specific finalist. Mr. Freitag is a quality individual, grateful for his service to our nation, but I do not feel this is the best place for his leadership. Mr. Marstall is a quality individual as well. I share a similar sentiment. Initially, my concerns were minor, but within the last 2 weeks, my concerns have grown significantly. I am concerned about potential undue influence by elected officials on the process and potentially the selection committee. I am concerned about an expectation that immediately excludes one of the finalists. I am concerned about how finalists were scored. I am concerned about significant differences between one group versus the others within the process. I honestly believe that we should stop the process now, clearly state the expectations that the council was looking for, all of them, and go back out on a search. I believe that when that occurs, all elected members of this body should abide by what was outlined and refrain from speaking with any member of the selection committee until they have completed their piece of the process. Lastly, my hope is that the information we received as a council, specifically the summary of input document, be made public going forward.
Quick comments. I look forward to working with Mr. Marstall if contract negotiations move forward and we're able to extend an offer next week. I think this is a unique opportunity for Wichita since 2008. We've been under the leadership of Mr. Layton. I want to thank him for his service to our community. I think he's guided us through a lot of difficult times and cast a vision for our community. The last time we went through this process as a council, I was in 8th grade and in middle school, and so it was an honor to be part of this process. I look forward to working with whoever our new manager is to move forward together with this council, and I'm excited for the next chapter in Wichita's history.
I would like to thank every individual on the selection committee that helped select the consultant, go through 89 applications, narrowed it down to 17 individuals, and then down to 3 finalists. I want to say that all 3 finalists were fine candidates, and I do believe that they have the best at heart in public service. I am very grateful to the service of both veterans, Mr. Freitag and Mr. Martin, who both served in our military. Mr. Marstall brings with him multiple different experiences from local government to nonprofit sector and from smaller communities to larger communities, including a large metropolitan city. And so I am really grateful that this process allowed for someone that will bring a new perspective and leadership into Wichita. As someone that just joined the council last year, I know that many folks don't understand the difference between what a mayor does and what a city manager currently does here in the city of Wichita. The city manager, Mr. Layton, has served our community for 16 years, and we are grateful for his public service in leading an organization of 3,000 people within 16 departments, while also working collaboratively with this council. I want to make mention that in our form of government, it requires 7 individuals on the council to reach some sort of consensus in order for us to move forward. And in this situation, there was a consensus. And so I am hopeful that the negotiations will be successful so that the city of Wichita can have a new chapter beginning next year with a new city manager. And again, thank you for the service of Mr. Layton, who again has served 16 years here in our community. With that, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. We'll do a vote call for voting. Councilmember Johnson.
Nay.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Aye.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Nay.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Aye.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ballard.
Aye.
And Mayor Wu. Aye. Motion carries 5-2. We will now adjourn this meeting at 3:28 p.m. I move to adjourn this meeting at 3:28 p.m.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Nay.